Okay. Are we live? Okay, thank you. Welcome to Committee of the Whole for Tuesday, April the 4th. I will call this meeting to order. Let the meeting minutes reflect that Mayor Hackson is absent with notice. Declaration of interest. Does anyone have a declaration of interest? Seeing none, we'll move on to land acknowledgement. As I read out our land acknowledgement statement, I would like to ask that those listening and those participating in this meeting to pause what they're doing to reflect on the meaning behind these words and how they apply to today's agenda. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the First Peoples of the Williams Treaty First Nation and other Indigenous peoples, and on behalf of Council, I thank them for sharing this land. We also acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as EG's closest First Nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and we join them in these responsibilities. We now move on to D, community announcements. Does anyone have any community announcements to share? Councillor Lahey?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. The first announcement that I have is that the EG Gardeners will be hosting a talk on Tuesday, April 18th at 7 p.m. on growing berries, and the EG Gardeners are a wonderful community organization. So if you're interested, please feel free to contact them at EG Gardeners. And there are 2 Easter egg hikes coming up in the next few days. This Saturday, there will be an Easter egg hunt at the Mount Albert Library on Saturday, April 8th between 10 and 12 a.m. And then there's another opportunity for Easter egg hunting and a market. The market is free admission on April 6th and April 8th at the Niemi Family Farms. So please think about coming out and joining your community with these events. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note that Joan Mortson regrettably passed away a week ago on March 28th. For those of you who remember Joan, she was the wife of former Mayor Jim Mortson, and she was a very active member of the community, her church, and a fierce supporter of her husband. So I think we all wish the Mortson family well in this time of grief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other announcements? Councillor Roy Clemente?
I thought Councillor Crone would have done a pitch for Team EG. I think we've got 2 meetings left before the Run for South Lake, and the team is in place, I believe. We've got several members of council and members of staff in the community are signed up to participate. And as former Councillor Persercini would have said, we'd like your money or your feet. And so we're open for donations at this point for Run for South Lake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to E, presentations. Council would like to recognize Bryson Hurry with a certificate as Honorary Fire Chief for the day. I'll turn that over to Chief Mackenzie. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of Council. Today's fairly exciting for ECSS. We have a junior firefighter for the day. Last fall, Nicole Sprague, our public education specialist, reached out to all the schools in the community and requested that teachers nominate students that demonstrated leadership or random acts of kindness in the community. Many submissions received, but the one that stood out for us was from Sylvia Casto. Now, Sylvia is a teacher at Good Shepherd Catholic Elementary School, and Sylvia wrote this about Chief Hurry. I have had the pleasure of teaching Bryson for 2 years in a row. Bryson is a conscientious and enthusiastic learner who always puts forward his best effort. He helps his classmates with seat work. He helps all teachers with various tasks, such as organizing the Chromebook cart, sweeping the floor, saying morning announcements, or putting up artwork, but most importantly, he serves his community by taking part in various social justice initiatives to help those who are less fortunate. His willingness to help others is authentic and genuine. He is never told or asked to do something. Bryson is a model of daily Christian leadership as he lives by the motto, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I'm happy to introduce Bryson Hurry as the Honorary Chief of the day. Now, Chief Hurry will be joining our staff today looking after the day-to-day business. We've got a pretty full agenda for him. This afternoon, I'll be taking him down to Richmond Hill to inspect the dispatch center down there. Now, joining Joining us today, too, is his family, his mom and dad, Allison and Evan, siblings Gwyneth and Graham, and Grandma Liz. So I'll introduce, or I'll let Chief Hurry do a little speech, and then if you don't mind, we could rise for 5 minutes just to take some photos out in the atrium.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of Council. My name is Bryson Hurry, and I am 12 years old. I attend Good Shepherd Catholic Elementary School, and I am in grade 7. I would like to begin by saying that I am very honored and grateful to stand before you today as the selected recipient for the East Gwillimbury Emergency and Community Safety Services Fire Chief for the day. I would also like to extend my gratitude and appreciation to everyone involved in making today possible and for making today this memorable day. But today would not be possible without acknowledging the women and men of the Emergency and Community Safety Services Department who are committed to protecting the lives and property of our community. The dedication of firefighters is so important for our community because they help keep us safe. Firefighters promote safety through 3 lines of defense, which are public education, enforcement and fire prevention, and emergency response. The firefighters of East Gwillimbury go to the schools to teach our children about fire safety and prevention. They also help educate the community at various town events through the year. They work with the town to help create new safety laws and regulations to prevent fires from happening. Finally, the East Gwillimbury Fire Department quickly responds and reacts to people in harm or in need, working to put out fires or assisting in emergency situations. Like the East Gwillimbury firefighters, I aim to help others and serve my community. It all started when I was a Boy Scout. It was at this point that I began to learn the importance of what it means to be a responsible member of society. As a Boy Scout, I was able to make a positive difference in my community by planting trees, picking up litter, and sorting canned goods at a food bank. As I got older, my desire to help others and my community was further developed through my Catholic faith. I was inspired to look beyond myself and to be of service to others. By helping others, I am reminded how blessed I am to be able to do God's work. This year at school, I am part of a social justice committee called Luke 4:18. I am able to continue to put my faith into action by taking on leadership roles in and around my school. I have helped with making announcements to build awareness around various issues, created posters, and helped with numerous charitable events. But the most rewarding act of service is following my school motto, and that is to be kind to everyone, all day, every day, and all the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief Hurry. We're going to take a quick recess to have a picture in the atrium. For those joining us remotely, we'll recess for 5 minutes. Sorry. Go ahead. Yes.
So thanks for being here this morning, and I guess I'll take the opportunity to welcome you. And you've got a great crew to work with today. I don't know how much time you're going to spend with the crew themselves. I think Captain Davidson and her group are probably going to give you some fire safety messages that you can help be one of the advocates for fire safety in East Gwillimbury. I spent almost 36 years in the fire service, and I think you might be the kind of person that we want to recruit someday. So thanks very much and welcome.
Yes, thank you so much. And we'll meet you out in the atrium for a picture. Thank you.
For those joining us remotely through the phone, we are taking a quick recess for about 5 minutes to take pictures. Just bear with us for a moment as we go live.
Thank you. Let me know when we're live.
We're now live.
Thank you. We'll now resume our committee of the whole meeting. I have a motion before us. Be it resolved that council recognize B. Hurry with a certificate as Honorary Fire Chief for the day. Can I have a mover? Councillor Lahey and, do we need two for just one? Okay, thank you. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. The next presentation, we have Metrolinx representatives making a presentation to council regarding the Metrolinx GO Expansion update. I'll turn it over to Acting CAO Valchik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our presenter is remote today, and so perhaps our presenters could just introduce themselves, and I'll turn it over to them for the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of Council of the Town of East Gwillimbury. Hi, I'm Jake Shabas. I'm the head sponsor for GO Expansion as part of Metrolinx, and I'm here with my colleague Laura Adams from the Community and Stakeholder Relations Group. It's a pleasure for me to join you today remotely, and it's a pleasure to see the Honorary Fire Chief motion that happened before. That's a fun part of my day to have witnessed that, and I really enjoyed seeing that and taking part in that. I hope my presentation is equally enjoyable. This is really an exciting program we have underway, and I'm here to present to you about specifically what the planned works are, what the services are, what the benefits are of Metrolinx's GO Expansion program. Next slide, please. So my presentation goes over 6 topics. First, it provides an overview of the GO Expansion program itself. We then dive into specific early works that are completed or underway. We then talk about our on-corridor works program, which is a specific part of the GO Expansion program that kicked off over a year ago and has electrification as a major component of the works. The fourth item is major projects close to or within the town of East Gwillimbury. Fifth is a look at our transit-oriented communities program, which is how we develop stations and how we tie them to the surrounding communities. And then finally, a brief discussion about the various channels we use for community engagement and the steps that we're taking to stay connected with our customers and our communities. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what is GO Expansion? GO Expansion is our name for a program of works to improve the GO Rail and Up Express network. Our goal is to transform the service from today's commuter railroad, which focuses on bringing people in during the rush hours into downtown Toronto and then out during the afternoon rush hour at the end of the day. We'd like to transform that service into more of an all-day, two-way service with trains running every 15 minutes or better. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, we were running approximately 3,500 trips per week, or train services per week. After the completion of the GO Expansion program, we plan to run over 10,000 trains, so more than a tripling of service is planned. We plan to do this with a faster and more efficient fleet, with much of our services electrified using electric locomotives and improved track and signals to improve the travel times. We will also have more accessible stations, improved lighting, customer amenities, safety features, more step-free access for customers with mobility impairments, and finally, an expanded Union Station. I know many of you may be familiar with the construction that's been underway at Union Station for quite some time now. The work that is the focus of this program is entirely at the track and platform level. All the work to date has been happening below the track level in the brand new concourses, which I'll speak to, as well as the roof. The final bit to complete is really at the track and platform level. Next slide, please. So why GO Expansion now? Well, we believe now more than ever is the right time for this investment. We know trip patterns have changed. During the pandemic, people are increasingly looking for flexible options that meet their schedules, that meet a mixture of remote work, working in the office. We also know that the growth
Excuse
of the
me,
region...
can we just ask you to speak up a little bit louder? We're just having a little trouble hearing. Thanks.
Sure, absolutely. So why GO Expansion now? We believe now it's more important than ever that we provide an option to facilitate flexible travel patterns in the region. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, we've seen travel return, but differently than how we were traveling before. Today, people are really looking for flexible options that mean a mixture of working from home, working remotely, traveling for leisure on the weekend. Not only that, we also know that the region continues to grow at an accelerated pace, and that is translating into more and more congestion again on our highways. So we are looking to provide a service that both meets people's flexible schedules, provides a competitive alternative to driving, because Go Rail really is, one of our key alternatives to driving on the highway. And to do this, we want to create jobs, ultimately reduce the cost of operating the GO Transit network, and save taxpayer money, and ultimately increase ridership overall. That is ultimately our goal, to bring people to a service, to make sure that service is attractive and meets their needs. So really, this is why we think the GO Expansion continues to be the right investment at the right time. Next slide, please.
And if you can make it any louder, we have a little bit of background noise on our end where we are here. And so if there's any way you can speak up a little louder, it would be much appreciated. Thanks.
Is that any better?
Not really.
Can we boost our volume at this end? Okay.
Just speak like you're in a large room.
I will speak even louder. No problem.
That's better. That's better.
That's better? Okay,
Yeah.
Great. So within the GO Expansion program, there are 3 areas that we like to group all of our projects. The first is what we call our early works program. This is the work that has been underway for many years and is really about laying the bones for the service increases that we have planned. This is primarily about widening corridors, laying new track, widening bridges, creating new bridges, setting out the rail facilities, and laying out the first track and signals work to start incrementally increasing our service. The next part of this program is the stations program, and this is about improving our existing stations and building new stations. As I mentioned before, the improvements to the existing stations are primarily around customer amenities, lighting, signage, accessibility, providing step-free access with elevators, with better signage, and then safety, things like tactile edges that allow you to know when you're getting close to the edge of the platform, improved lighting, cameras, and then in addition to that, new stations. We have a program of new stations that are being constructed across the network. Finally, the third package is the on-corridor works package. This package is focused on providing the infrastructure within our corridors and the technology to run that more efficiently. So there is still quite a bit of civil work within this package, but what is different is the electrification infrastructure, enhanced signaling infrastructure, new network control features, communication systems, electric locomotives, and it also includes a contract for a new operator and maintainer of our trains. So together it is sort of the third piece of the puzzle that is being overlaid on the last decade or more of work on the corridors and in our stations.
Sure.
Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Major early works that we've completed to date. I'll start from the top left. Between Hamilton and Burlington, we've made some track improvements that has facilitated new service into Hamilton and Niagara Falls. To the right, Kipling Bus Terminal. This is a bus terminal at the edge of Etobicoke where Mississauga transit buses and GO Rail connect with the TTC subway network. Our Highway 401 and 409 tunnel. These are new twin tunnels on the Kitchener corridor that go underneath 21 lanes of highways to facilitate more expansion and greater service on the Kitchener corridor. We've also been building new parking structures at Cooksville GO Station and at Rutherford Station on the Barrie corridor, closer to the town of East Gwillimbury. At Rutherford, this has also included a new grade separation over Rutherford Road, separating trains from traffic on the roads. We've also been building a second platform at that location and new bridges and tunnels to get to that second platform. In downtown Toronto, we've opened our new Union Station bus terminal, and we've also opened our new Bay Concourse. The new Bay Concourse is where many of you might remember the old Cinnabon and the orange tiles were. That is long gone. We now have a brand new Bay Concourse full of amenities, new stairwells, much better lighting, quite airy feeling, and it's made a huge improvement to the vast majority of our customers who use GO Transit. Finally, Bloomington Station, again, a little bit closer to East Gwillimbury. We've opened a brand new station at the end of the Richmond Hill corridor to facilitate more customers getting onto that service. Next slide, please. Here's a sampling of projects that are currently underway. You'll see the theme here really is to provide a second track and a second platform, or to lay the groundwork for a second track. This is all about facilitating that two-way all-day service on our corridors that are today largely just a single track with one platform at many stations. So at Weston Station, we're adding an additional platform and actually a fourth track to this part of the corridor. We have 4 tracks in this section because this is also where the Up Express operates. On the Lakeshore East and the Barrie corridor, we've been widening the corridors to facilitate extra tracks being laid. So a lot of this has to do with vegetation clearance, culvert extensions, grading work. It's all about laying the groundwork for adding that second or that fourth track as it relates to the Lakeshore East. On the Stouffville corridor at Agincourt, Milliken, and Unionville stations, we've added a second track and a second platform, as well as a new grade separation at Steeles Avenue. So again, separating trains from the traffic that is now below. At Union Station, we've improved the signaling. This is a major pinch point for our service, as all trains must go into Union, where we have very complex signaling. So we've been enhancing that signaling. And then safety and experience improvements at over 20 stations across the network that largely have to do with the tactile edge improvements that you're seeing in that image on the bottom left, as well as some passenger information screens. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, our On-Corridor Works program that I spoke to before, we signed a project agreement with On Express Transportation Partners about 1 year ago. They are an international consortium made up of both Canadian and global firms in the railway business. And we are now working closely with them in what we call a development phase, which is a 2-year process where we work with the solution that they submitted during the procurement to effectively refine what they've proposed, work out the pricing, the schedule, and the fine details of the service that will result from it. So we are about halfway through this collaborative process. And as we get to the finish, we will have details on specifically when service improvements are going to be coming into place. This work, as I mentioned before, includes the electrification that you're seeing on the image to the right. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So within the town of East Gwillimbury, or nearby the town of East Gwillimbury, we've seen many station improvements. At 6 stations that I've called out below, you'll see the types of improvements that have taken place over the last 2 years. It includes the things I've mentioned before, like signage and tactile edges, but in addition, it also includes adding secure bike rooms, improved amenities in terms of lighting that is not actually called out here, better connections to buses that are coming to our stations, and in many cases there have been some state of good repair works that have also been looking at the resurfacing of parking lots and of pickup and drop off areas. Next slide, please. Specifically at East Gwillimbury, many of you might be aware of this if you're using the station today. There's been some resurfacing work that's been taking place at the bus loop at East Gwillimbury GO Station. This work kicked off in February, and it is looking to be wrapped up in the spring. So in the coming month or so, we look to this being completed. So we are constantly looking at how do we improve the services and the amenities that we are providing at our stations. And this is just one example specifically at the East Gwillimbury GO Station. Next slide, please. One of the projects just to the south of the town of East Gwillimbury is at Aurora GO Station. where we're providing 380 new parking spots and an additional track and second platform. If you go to the next slide, you will see what that work looks like. So effectively, we are looking at adding a second track to the west of the existing track, as well as a new second platform. This is very much within the theme of transforming what is today a single track 100-kilometer corridor into a corridor on the Barrie line that has significant double tracking and significant number of stations with 2 platforms to facilitate that two-way all-day service. Next slide, please. To the south of Aurora GO Station, all the way down to King City, we are currently in the midst of a corridor widening contract. This is really to prepare for a second track, which will ultimately be in existence effectively from Aurora GO Station all the way to the south in Union Station. So this work is underway to do some vegetation management, prepare for some culvert extensions, and to do some initial grading work. It also involves the twinning of the Yonge Street Bridge. Today we have a single span track bridge going over Yonge Street. That will be increased to have 2 separate spans to allow for more double tracking to occur. Next slide, please. Whistle cessation. This is a piece of information we provide at all town council briefings. As you are very aware, whistle cessation is a municipally led process that Metrolinx works closely with the council and with town staff to support. Effectively, it involves the municipality initiating a formal request under the Transport Canada process to cease whistling at level crossings. These are places where the trains cross at the same level as roads do. We then work with town staff to use risk assessments and other types of analyses to look at the safety at that crossing and work together to improve the safety such that the whistle cessation can occur. We do know that your town staff are working with our staff to look at this at various locations, and we are very supportive of this work. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So our transit-oriented communities program is really all about working with third parties, primarily developers, to build new stations on the GO rail network. This is all about tying together land use and transportation and facilitate the growth in the region that we know is planned to put as many people as possible in the close proximity to the GO rail network and the investments that we are making. So we are really excited about this program. We have opportunities across the network where developers are coming forward with proposals for new stations supported by their development plans immediately adjacent to those stations. And we're continuing to work through the timing and the funding for this. This also has the added benefit of reducing the cost to government of providing new stations on our network, and it increases our ridership and the associated revenue. So it really creates a continuous circle that improves the network and improves our resources for providing services. So again, we're very excited by this program, and it is underway in full tilt. Next slide, please. Finally, community engagement. Next slide, please. We have 5 channels that we primarily use to share our progress and connect with the local community and our customers. This includes our Metrolinx News blog on the top left, community meetings and events, as well as presentations like the one we're doing today to connect with the local community at stations, at festivals, at farmers markets. We also conduct surveys with local businesses and the communities to better understand how our engagement is working, what concerns might exist, what ways we can continuously improve in the engagement we do. We also do certain events. We do postcards. We drop off fact sheets at doors prior to construction taking place. We do giveaways like the fun firewood giveaway that is featured from last year. And finally, we're looking at new programs to improve safety in our local communities. Specifically, we're looking at a program where staff go into elementary schools to speak about level crossing safety. So this is one that we are excited to start this year, where we're going to be speaking to elementary students about the safety initiatives and their awareness of rail corridors and the dangers that these can pose to our to our children. And we believe that by starting at a young age, this is really going to foster a culture and a lifelong awareness of the risks associated with operating railways, and we hope that that is going to improve our safety long term. This is the final slide I have. I just want to reiterate, thank you again for the opportunity to present, and I'm looking forward to your questions. So I'll hand it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for that presentation. It really brings us up to date on everything that you're doing. I'll ask members of committee if there's any questions. Councillor Foster?
Thank you. So I don't want to put you on the spot, but I guess first of all, thanks for the presentation. You provided a lot of information there. But not wanting to put you on the spot. So over the years, I've attended many different incidents involving trains and level crossings and that type of thing. So as you know, we are struggling with the silencing of the train whistles, and we have some people that are very concerned about that, and rightly so. What would you say to a council like us that are struggling with that decision? And I guess to follow that up, we know that many municipalities have stepped forward with this. I would really like to see some good facts and figures on costing, time that it takes to get that done, and generally, what are the successes of these municipalities that have silenced the train whistles? Thanks.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Through the chair, I mean, this is a concern. This is an issue that we are facing with many municipalities, where there is a balance that we're trying to strike between obviously the impacts to local communities of the noise associated with our operation, and then our underlying goal, which is always to run as safe a railroad as we possibly can. And so each level crossing is different. We approach each level crossing on a case-by-case basis. We look specifically at the risk factors, the history, incidents that have taken place. We assess what mitigations are in place today, and then we look, working with the municipality, at what can be done to improve that safety. So, you know, it's hard to speak in general because we very much do look at each level crossing specifically. We're also conscious that as we increase our service, this is going to become more and more of a question for our councillors. So we work with the town staff closely. We do have some successes elsewhere on the network where, working with town staff, we have completed the whistle cessation process, but it really is something we're doing on a case-by-case basis. I'm also joined here by my colleague Jocelyn from the operations group. Jocelyn, do you want to speak to this at all?
Of course. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and council members. So I'm here on behalf of the Office of the Chief Operating Officer at Metrolinx and the Chief Safety and Security Officer. And so, as Jake mentioned earlier, we will be meeting with town staff next week to explore opportunities for reducing noise pollution at crossings, but also at stations. So looking both at possibilities for introducing alternative controls that allow us to maintain a high level of safety, but help to also provide residents with relief. So what we will be from the noise pollution. So what we'll be doing next week is beginning our review of the 14 crossings that are located on either side of East Gwillimbury GO Station. So beginning at St. John's Side Road up to and including Bradford GO Station. And what we'll be doing is an individual risk assessment of each crossing, as well as at stations, to determine whether or not alternative controls could be introduced that would allow us to halt bell ringing as well as whistling while still maintaining a high degree of safety.
Thank you. And just adding to that, I had understood that there was a pilot project for whistle silencing between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. or something like that. There's a pilot project around that. Is that something that we can explore here?
Yes. So currently a process exists at the federal level for anti-whistling. So if a community is looking to seek an exemption under the Canadian Railway Operating Rules, municipalities have the ability to do so. No similar process exists for bell cessation. However, what we're looking to do is, together with not only town staff and yourselves, but also with the Ministry of Transportation and Transport Canada, we're exploring options for a quiet period, a nighttime quiet period, that would allow us to halt bell ringing and whistling during a specific period in the evening to provide relief to residents. Again, risk assessments will need to be done at each individual crossing to determine what types of safety controls and warning devices need to be introduced to maintain a high degree of safety for residents. Safety is our #1 priority, so we don't want to compromise that in any way. And then from there, we'll be providing the findings of those risk assessments to the Ministry of Transportation, along with Transport Canada, to demonstrate that we can maintain that level of safety. And beyond that as well, this is an issue that not only impacts your residents, but residents across our operating area. So we're working with Transport Canada and the Ministry of Transportation at a process for similar municipalities to move forward with these types of requests. So that work is still ongoing, but we will be meeting with your staff next week, and then from there we'll be able to provide a further update.
That's wonderful. That'll be a big relief to our residents. I look forward to that staff report. Okay, I have Councillor Lahey and then Councillor Roy DeClemente. Go ahead, Councillor Lahey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was answered. Thank you.
Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think our main priority, and I think it's not just our role, but also that of Metrolinx, is to first and foremost, Councillor Foster, as you said, is for safety and to make sure that that our communities remain safe, and we want to find a balance between the activities that the railway needs to make and the balance that our residents are requiring for some peace and quiet. I guess for me, the main thing is not so much the whistle cessation, but it is about creating or eliminating those opportunities or those spaces where you have to do that, and that comes to the grade separations. And obviously today you've outlined some of the upgrades that you've been making up to and including the Aurora station. Obviously, you have a great deal of service space between Aurora and the Barrie on the Barrie line. For our community, it's the EG station, and in particular, the grade crossing at Green Lane. That is a major artery for us, and it's also a major artery for people who live in Bradford, West Gwillimbury, for them to be able to access their community. So as you increase service on the line and you're crossing at grade, you're interrupting pretty dramatically the traffic that's on that road. Can you give us an indication? Here's the question. I'm sorry it's taken so long to lead up to it. Can you give us an indication of when we might be seeing some work as far as grade separation in East Gwillimbury? And I realize you have to get past Mulock and Davis to get to us, but I'm just looking at volume of traffic on our major bisecting roadway, and I'm wondering if we can hear a little bit more about the plans and when we might see that happen.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair. We look at grade separations. We're constantly reassessing the need for grade separations across the network. They're primarily a factor of the level of service and then the level of traffic, in addition to the safety. But obviously, those are the two key factors, and they also have the added effect of impacting the local communities. Right now, we do not have a grade separation planned for Green Lane. However, we are aware of the issues that you speak of. It is very much on our radar. What we typically do, as Jocelyn sort of mentioned, is we first look at mitigations and controls that we can put in place to manage the safety at those locations. As service is increased, as traffic could increase, that is the point at which we would look at grade separations. Right now, our process is, as part of this development phase that we are undertaking with the On Express, our in-corridor partner, we are working out exactly the infrastructure and the train service plan that is going to be put in place. That will effectively drive where, if any, additional grade separations are required. So what I can say is that there will be more definitive information once we get through that development phase and we have a better understanding of the final train services that are going to be run. But at this time, we do not have a plan for grade separating Green Lane.
Through you, Madam Chair. So how can we best advocate for for this to be part of that agreement. The Metrolinx has been clear that they want to do two-way all day on the Barrie line. Our residents and our council's been very vocal in saying we need to have the infrastructure in place before the people arrive. And right now, we're the fastest growing municipality in the country, according to the last census. The people are here now, and the more we add, the worse the problem gets. So it's easier, faster, and probably cheaper to put in the grade separation sooner rather than later, and trying to retrofit. As you're seeing, that's the big challenge you've got, is you're trying to retrofit a system that was built with one track, and you're trying to double it. So how can we advocate for this, and how can we move that forward with your On Express partner?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Madam Chair, I think what we can do is we can do several things. I think one, in our discussions with your town staff starting next week, looking at grade crossings, we can obviously have the discussion about grade separations, because that is ultimately the most effective control. It is just the most resource intensive. So I think that's the first way we can do it. The second way is I can take that back to ensure that this is a part of the discussions with On Express, so I can make sure that that is brought into the discussion. And then I think third, we will just continue to stay in touch through our various offices, so that as you see the growth, as your land use changes, as your community changes, and as the concerns potentially change, we stay abreast with where your priorities are. But for now, I think your message is loud and clear, so we will take that back.
Very much appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chavez.
Thank you. And next I have Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to our presenter. I appreciate the presentation that you shared with us today. I used the GO train for about my 4 years that I worked downtown on Bay Street, and used it just about every day. And so it was a great service to me, and I enjoyed the train. And I think there's it doesn't get said enough. There's a great public service, maybe even a social component that rail transit provides. It's, the further north you go out of Toronto, the more affordable housing becomes. And so your transit allows people who can finally get into that housing market can travel and work in Toronto. And so I think that needs to be said more. And so to that end, I know we have the Barrie line that goes up one side of Lake Simcoe, just like the Highway 400 does. And now we're removing Highway 404 north on the east side of Lake Simcoe. Is there any plans, long-term plans, to extend, I guess it would be the Richmond Hill line, further from Bloomington? Are there any long-term plans to extend it further north? And if there are, I can tell you that there's a nice spot in Mount Albert where we used to have a train station. Just throw that on your consideration list for future. But I was just curious if there's any thought to expanding northward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Madam Chair. We currently do not have a plan for the extension of the Richmond Hill corridor. I will say that Ontario Northland does have a current plan and has just ordered new train sets to reinstate the Ontario Northlander service, which will be running on that corridor further to the north. So I think there is obviously opportunity there, I think, for those discussions. But we have such improvements planned on the Barrie corridor. We also have such improvements planned on the Stouffville corridor, both of which are somewhat serving markets, I would say, maybe in parallel to those more northern markets that you're thinking of. But I also want to echo the comments you made before. We are very much looking at these stations as hubs for these towns that are further out of the center, and we're also looking at ways to better tie them in with the local transit services and GO Transit to extend our services. That's something that we do look at on a regular basis. So we do always have the option of having our GO buses provide that more extended service, and we do that on many of our corridors today. So very, very happy to take that back and introduce it to our planning team.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on your remarks on transit-oriented communities, that is exactly what we need to be seeing. And it's something that was brought up at this table before about how that links with affordability. If you live in EG and you need to have one car for every adult, it becomes less affordable. But if there's great transit options, then it becomes more affordable because you don't need as many cars, gas, insurance, et cetera. So linking back to Councillor Roy DeClemente's comments about grade separation on Green Lane, one of the things that this council has been pushing for is looking at increasing density and concentrating development down around the GO station, where people can just hop on the train, hop onto the trails. It's a great place for us to be growing. So as our community grows, it will be hopefully around the GO train station. And so we need that grade separation sooner rather than later. So I appreciate your three-prong approach, and we'll keep asking for that. If there is no other comments or questions, I'll thank you for the presentation, Jake, and have someone move the motion, be it resolved that the presentation provided by Metrolinx representatives dated April 4th, 2023, entitled Metrolinx GO Expansion Update, be received. I have a mover.
Received with thanks.
Received with thanks from Councillor Roy DeClemente. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move on to our third presentation of the day, and we have Michael Mendez on behalf of the Rice Group making a presentation to Council regarding Rice Group employment lands. And I will hand it over to Margot Beijing, or should we go straight to Mr. Mendez?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. I think we're fine to just proceed and have Mr. Mendez introduce the presentation, and I certainly, along with my colleagues, be happy to answer any questions following the presentation.
Thank you and welcome.
Great. Thank you, and good morning, Madam Chair and members of Council. My name is Michael Mendez, the Vice President of Land Development with Rice Group. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Here with me today from our team is Yannick Brandt-Harris from Rice Group on the land development side, and Arthi as well. And then we have John McGovern, our Senior Vice President of Policy and Planning, and Michael Rice, our President and CEO. Arthi, right after me, will be going ahead and doing the presentation and providing you with the details of our employment lands with respect to jobs, fiscal benefits, and also as well as our project schedules for each one of our properties. Excuse me. I wanted to start here today to let you know the importance of our project schedules that you'll see in the presentation. As you're aware, Rice Group is a retail and land developer, a retail and industrial land developer. And when we develop our retail sites within the GTA, those are tenants that are looking to add market demand, add stores for their market demand. And they do have time to wait. But when we're talking about our employment lands or industrial projects, these are tenants that are looking for a commitment on project schedules to move or relocate their businesses or set up new locations. It's not really about the market demand for these employment users, it's more so, is the land ready for them? A perfect example of this is our project that we've done with East Gwillimbury, Woodbine 1, and our commitment and the delivery the town and Rice Group was able to provide to Loblaw. If we didn't provide these deliverables to Loblaw and their company, this could have potentially ended up in another location. However, Loblaw and Rice Group were able to get that commitment and comfort from EG Council and town staff that were able to execute that deal and move that project forward. I've been in this industry for over 18 years now, and we've had land holdings, employment land holdings in East Gwillimbury for just as long. And we've always let the EG Council know and staff know that it's, when it comes to employment lands, these lands need to be ready so that these employers can jump on the opportunity to execute the deals for that, for these sites. The market is recognizing East Gwillimbury now, and we're seeing that every single day. With potential tenants popping up in our office and looking for space. This is the right time for East Gwillimbury, so I just wanted to start with that part of the presentation, and I'll hand it over to Arthi to go over the rest of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of Council, and staff. My name is Arthi Thaya, and I'm the Development Manager at Rice Group. I would like to start off by conveying my thanks to staff for the opportunity to provide members of council an update on the development of Rice Group's employment lands within East Gwillimbury. I look forward to being the liaison for staff as we move through the process of bringing these sites online. As you know, Rice Group is based out of York Region and is a recognized developer of commercial properties in the Greater Toronto Area. We are committed to developing high-quality retail, commercial, and industrial properties with the simple philosophy: we develop where people live and work. We see great opportunities in bringing employment lands to the market, and our objective in all cases is to continue to own the properties after they are developed. As such, we become proud members of the communities we invest in and take on an active role in its continued growth. Next slide, please. As part of this morning's presentation, I would like to present to you 4 very exciting projects that we have in our pipeline that will drive employment generation and economic sustainability for the town. Choice Eastway Industrial Centre, also formerly known as Woodbine 1, Woodbine 2, Green Lane West, and Green Lane Northwest. Next slide, please. Our team of experts is comprised of industry experts who are passionate about their work, have excelled in their field, and have an extensive background in a wide variety of development projects. Urban Metrics, one of Canada's oldest and most well-respected real estate strategy firms, have provided the fiscal benefits and employment generation statistics associated with our developments this morning. We have partnered as clients with GEI consultants, engineers, and scientists to develop solutions that balance the need of growth and environmental sustainability, while improving communities and its infrastructure. GEI has provided us with the proposed sanitary flows for each development this morning. Turner Fleischer, as the architects on the file for the majority of our projects, will assist us in our ability to provide innovative site design. Next slide, please. Our first site in East Gwillimbury is located south of Mount Albert Road between Highway 404 and Woodbine Avenue, consisting of approximately 62 hectares in area. The lands were developed in 2 phases, as illustrated on the conceptual site plan on the screen. The first phase of our proposed development will be occupied by Loblaw, Canada's food and pharmacy leader and one of the nation's largest retailers. Their proposed building is an advanced logistics and distribution center consisting of a total ground floor building area of approximately 1.2 million square feet. We officially broke ground in August and have started erecting steel as of the start of December 2022. By phasing the proposed development, we were able to bring forward the southern portion of the site online to support the external servicing infrastructure works associated with the site. Phase 2 currently has a tenant interest from a sustainable automotive user for 800,000 square feet, of which 100,000 square feet will be for office space. The overall development also includes 6.3 hectares of stormwater management ponds, environmental protected areas, and a commemorative parkette. Next slide, please. We've been working diligently with the staff at the Town of East Gwillimbury, Region of York, and Conservation Authority to appropriately plan our proposed development to ensure we are maximizing benefits to the community we're members of through job creation, sustainable practices, and positive ecological offsetting. In total, this site is expected to generate just over 2,000 jobs, of which 1,000 will be new, highly skilled, skilled, and unskilled jobs generated from just Phase 1. Phase 2 will generate 961 industrial-related jobs and 161 office-related jobs. This provides us with an overall employment density factor for the site of 38 jobs per hectare. It is anticipated that this phase development will generate approximately $52 million in development charges and over $2.5 million annually in property taxes. For the Town of East Gwillimbury, this translates to $2 million in planning and permitting fees, $13 million in town development charge revenue, and over $680,000 annually in property tax overall. As part of bringing this exciting new development online, an extension of the town's wastewater and water system is required to service the subject lands within the Highway 404 Employment Corridor Secondary Plan area. A significant investment has been made to extend both sanitary as well as the water main infrastructure, which will have the flexibility to be upgraded in the future to service additional growth within the secondary plan and also beyond. In addition to this significant infrastructure investment, we will also be providing a sanitary connection for the future relocation of the Howard House at the Sharon Temple Museum Society property and Temperance Hall during construction. In the summer of 2023, we will begin the process of removing and repaving the entire Civic Center parking lot and driveway and supplying and installing a sanitary connection to the EG Sports Complex on Mount Albert Road for a future connection to the sanitary system. This site will have a total peak flow of 10.3 liters per second based on Ontario Building Code standards for both phases of this development. Next slide, please. In order to help meet the occupancy milestones required for potential tenants looking to join East Gwillimbury, we will need to have our site plan application, road improvement design, building pad preparation, and building permits approved, issued, and/or completed by May 2024. This will allow us to commence both road widening works to Woodbine Avenue and the construction of the building itself by summer 2024. Next slide, please. Our second site in East Gwillimbury is located north of Mount Albert Road and between Highway 404 and Woodbine Avenue, consisting of approximately 16.31 hectares in area with the Natural Heritage System green space to the north and rural lands to the south. Our objective on this site is to develop 3 buildings with a total GFA of approximately 800,000 square feet that will be comprised of a mix of 776,000 square feet of industrial space and 24,000 square feet of office space. The site will also include 1.42 hectares of a stormwater management pond and 10.9 hectares of green space that will abut the site to the north. Next slide, please. In total, this site is expected to generate over 1,000 jobs, of which 968 will be industrial-related jobs and 48 will be office-related. This will provide us with an overall employment density factor for this site of 62.3 jobs per hectare. This site will have a low total peak flow of 4.35 liters per second based on OBC standards with respect to projected tenant and building uses. It is anticipated that this development will generate approximately $22 million in development charges and over $1 million annually in property taxes. For the town of East Gwillimbury, this will mean $1 million in planning and permitting fees, $5.6 million in town development charge revenue, and just over $250,000 annually in property taxes overall. Next slide, please. In order to bring this project online, we would be looking to submit our secondary plan and zoning bylaw amendment consecutively and be back in front of council for a public meeting in the fall of 2023. This would allow us to obtain council approval by spring 2024, and this development will also require an extension of the external servicing infrastructure that is associated with our Woodbine 1 site. Next slide, please. Our third site is called Green Lane West and is located at 1656 Green Lane East. It is a 7.7 hectare employment general zoned site located at the northwest corner of Highway 404 and Green Lane East. The site is bounded by Highway 404 to the east, employment lands to the north and south, and Leslie Street to the far west. Our objective with this site is to develop a multi-tenant industrial building on the site with a total GFA of approximately 330,000 square feet, comprised of 3 leasable spaces consisting of 90,000, 114,000, and 125,000 square feet, respectively. The 125,000 square feet has a signed lease with Noble, and the 90,000 square feet has a signed lease with a company that would like to remain confidential at this time. The site will also include the extension of Harry Walker Parkway north through the length of the site as illustrated on the screen. Next slide, please. In total, 427 jobs are expected to be generated, 398 industrial-related and 27 office-related, providing us with an employment density factor of 55.5 jobs per hectare. This site will also be another low-flow site. Green Lane West's anticipated total peak flow will be 1.5 liters per second based on Ontario Building Code standards and projected tenant and building uses. It is anticipated that this development will generate approximately $9.3 million in development charges and $423,000 annually in property taxes. For the town of East Gwillimbury, this means just under $250,000 in planning and permitting fees, $2.3 million in development charge revenue, and just over $100,000 annually in property tax overall. Next slide, please. Both the site plan application and Harry Walker Parkway Northern Extension development applications are near finalization, and we expect to be able to meet again with council for site plan approval in May 2023. In order to meet with our tenant timelines, we will need to begin construction of the extension of Harry Walker Parkway in June 2023 and commence building construction by midsummer 2023. Next slide, please. Our final site for this morning's presentation is Green Lane Northwest, a 16.8 hectare site located at 18363 Leslie Street, at the northwest corner of Highway 404 and Green Lane East. The site is bound by Highway 404 to the east, Leslie Street to the west, and future urban areas to the north, and employment lands to the south. The development objective of this site is to construct 3 industrial buildings on the site with a total GFA of approximately 709,000 square feet. The site will also include 1.61 hectares towards the right-of-way to accommodate an east-west collector road connecting Leslie Street to the northern extension of Harry Walker Parkway through the lands to the south. Next slide, please. In total, 920 jobs are expected to be generated, 828 industrial-related and 93 office-related, which would make Green Lane Northwest's employment density factor 54.8 jobs per hectare. This will also be another low-flow site with an anticipated total peak flow of 4.15 liters per second based on projected tenant and building uses. It is anticipated that this development will generate approximately $19.8 million in development charges and just under $1 million annually in property taxes. For the town of East Gwillimbury, this ultimately means $700,000 in planning and permitting fees and $5 million in development charge revenue and just under $250,000 annually in property tax overall. Next slide, please. To bring this project online to meet existing and anticipated market needs, we would need to bring the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision application for council approval by fall of this year. This would allow us to have both the subdivision and site plan agreement executed by early summer 2024, which would allow us to commence construction of both the east-west collector road and the building itself in August 2024. Next slide, please. As active and long-term members of East Gwillimbury, we share in the town's strategic planning approach to focus on environmental stewardship, social well-being, and economic growth, both now and into the future when developing our employment sites. We explore how our employment sites will increase economic opportunities for both the town and contribute to the sustainable tax base that can support quality programs and services. We review each of our sites and how it can be developed in an intentional manner through the use of technologies and practices that support environmental sustainability. Next slide, please. Overall, our findings suggest that the 4 proposed properties would generate an initial benefit for East Gwillimbury of approximately $31.5 million in one-time fees, which would include fees such as planning application fees, building permit fees, and development charges that will be used to assist in funding parks, trails, and other community amenities. For the town of East Gwillimbury specifically, annual property tax revenue for the 4 properties are estimated to total some over $1.3 million. Over just a 10-year period, the 4 proposed developments will generate approximately $13 million of tax revenue collected by the town with very little use or strain on town infrastructure. Not only are these projects providing contributions to sustain the town's tax base, to support an inclusive, accessible, and livable community, but also help solidify a vibrant local economy, providing residents with access to a variety of employment opportunities that range from highly skilled, skilled, and unskilled, and attract others to bring their businesses and associated operations and functions to the town of East Gwillimbury. Please note that the job numbers shared today do not include any indirect jobs related to the building and infrastructure construction, movements of goods through transportation, and surrounding businesses in the community. Next slide, please. When reviewing the detailed design of the site, not only were the project's economic benefits considered, but also the sustainable measures that could be implemented as outlined in the town's Thinking Green design standards. White reflective roofs are proposed wherever possible to improve building efficiency by reducing the heat island effect and future-proof to accommodate solar panels. Amenities such as dedicated carpooling stalls, collection areas for recycling materials are being introduced to encourage sustainable practices amongst tenants and their employees. Beyond the initiatives being taken as part of the town's Thinking Green design standards, we've been working with the tenants and internally to identify other areas of the building's construction that we can explore more energy-efficient options and future-proof where possible, so we're ready to leverage any future technological advances while looking at options to become ultimately net zero ready. Not only do the buildings themselves incorporate environmental sustainability practices and future-proofing initiatives, but so does the overall site itself. At all our sites, our engineering objective is to balance the earthworks as efficiently as possible to minimize the removal or importation of material and reducing our carbon footprint. We explore options to ultimately provide a net gain in the ecological function and resiliency of the overall site. To drive improvements to the watershed stormwater management, phosphorus removal techniques are applied to create overall efficiency. Clean water is then harvested through roof water, rainwater collection, and will be used to sustain any existing natural heritage functions. Next slide, please. Through the development of our employment lands, we will be one step closer in building East Gwillimbury into a complete community by supporting the ability of residents to connect to employment opportunities in the same municipality they live in. There will be approximately 4,485 jobs generated across all 4 of the proposed developments discussed this morning, resulting in an overall density factor of 52.65 jobs per hectare. Assuming that the proposed developments on all 4 Rice Group properties are completed by 2027, the town's expected growth target of 3,200 additional employees in the town of East Gwillimbury will be surpassed by the employment generated by the 3 Highway 4 secondary plan area sites alone. The 4,485 full-time employees generated by all 4 developments are also expected to account for approximately 15% of the town's long-term employment growth forecast between 2018 and 2041. These employment generation statistics are based on the type of employment and its associated square footage determined through the application of industrial standards. Next slide, please. I would like to take the time to thank you for your time this morning. We look forward to working with the town of East Gwillimbury to appropriately execute our proposed developments to ensure we're maximizing benefits to the communities we are proud members of through job creation, positive economic benefits, and sustainable and strategic growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very thorough presentation, and thank you for wanting to invest in EG. We appreciate that. I'm sure there's comments from my colleagues. Councillor Crone?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to our presenter. I appreciate your time in coming here today and presenting to us. Very exciting information you share. Given some of the proposals that you shared with us today, are we as a council to assume that the auto campus is now officially dead?
Through you, Madam Chair. So at this time, with our site at Green Lane West, we are exploring industrial options. There's been a change in the market thanks to COVID, and the auto campus that was previously presented to council is no longer on the table at this time. We're exploring other options to incorporate more employment growth within that particular site, as well as most of our sites that abut the Highway 4 corridor. So to answer your question, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
If I may, there is that smaller side on the west side of Harry Walker Parkway that is being explored by that previous person who was interested in it is looking at 2 dealerships on that side.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
And I noticed you mentioned on the Green Lane West, you had Noble, which is a plumbing supply company. Is that what they do?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
Okay, and through you, Madam Chair, there was another one that you were saying they wanted to remain confidential at this time, and I appreciate that. Are you at liberty to say what sector they're involved in?
Through you, Madam Chair, not at this time. They'd like to remain confidential in regards to what sector that they're part of, as well as what their ultimate functions and operations will be at that site. Similarly to Woodbine 1, when they are comfortable in making a public announcement, we'll come back in front of council and work with staff to ensure that we're making the appropriate announcement.
Okay, and through you, Madam Chair, just to be clear, I'm really good at keeping secrets. I kept a lid on the Loblaws deal. The job numbers, are they numbers that were provided to you by the potential tenants, or are those numbers generated by industrial stats that you're using based on square footage and land use? Just curious how you arrived at those numbers. Are they from the tenant, or are they just based on industry stats?
Yep. Through you, Madam Chair. Majority of the stats shared this morning are through our partners at Urban Metrics. So they're using industry standards based on employees generated through industrial jobs that are created on the site, as well as office-related jobs. And so that's what we've used to calculate those numbers throughout the site. As we work with town staff, as we bring these projects online, we'll be incorporating the actual numbers that are provided by these projected tenants that are occupying these different sites, and then we will rework the numbers to ensure that we're helping East Gwillimbury meet their employment growth targets.
Okay, and I appreciate your candor on that. If we could put a finer point on the job stats, I think that would be helpful. Through you, Madam Chair, my concern though with some of these warehouse proposals is that they're very heavy on the driver segment, and so the truck drivers that come in, and very, all too often, they live many, many kilometers away from where the distribution center is. So I'm not sure we're attracting new residents or providing jobs to residents of East Gwillimbury. And that's kind of what and don't get me wrong, I love the fact that there's a lot of one-time charges being paid out here. That's always good news, and I really do appreciate the net zero aspects of the building. I think that's progressive, and I applaud you for that. I am concerned about the weighting on the driver aspects of jobs. I'd love to see a little more balance in commercial, industrial here, where we have a nice mix of the workforce here. And I, just from my own perspective, the Green Lane Northwest proposal, while it looks enormous, it's probably a little tight to some residential areas, a little closer than my liking, but I'll defer to the ward councillors in that they're closer to it than I. But that would be some comments from me. But very interesting proposal, and thank you for taking the time to be here. That's it for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Roy Clemente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure what, I've got literally my pages covered with questions and comments. I guess I would like to go through it project by project, but perhaps since we started it at Green Lane West with Councillor Crone's comments, I'll start there. So in 2019, the Rice Group came to us and requested a minister's zoning order. I didn't hear those words here this morning. Those lands were included as, we proposed that minister's zoning order in order to have something called the dealership of the future. And it wasn't one or two dealerships, it was a campus. And in addition to that, there was also a training component, that there was the promise of skilled training for high-level, high-quality jobs, repairing and understanding the cars of the future. So that skilled labor training is off the table, and now we're looking at a bunch of warehouses. For me, I don't see that as the intent that we envisioned, nor did you, for that minister's zoning order. And I guess, Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Bégin, I guess what I'll do is I'll ask what are our options for revisiting that minister's zoning order?
Through you, Madam Chair. The minister's zoning order is tied to the property, not the project. That said, there, at any time following the issuance of a ministerial zoning order, there can be an application to withdraw or cancel it. Should that that option does exist, but there is there's nothing precluding the development as proposed going forward with the existing zoning order, because it does meet the permitted uses within that zone.
So I guess for me, what I'm looking at this is saying we jumped the due process in order to facilitate something to happen quickly, just like we did with Woodbine 1. We recognized an opportunity and seized it. There were some steps that were skipped when we did the minister's zoning order, and I think it would be important for us to go back and do some of that. There is a secondary plan, but to do some of that community design planning, some of that other design work to make sure that what we're doing is appropriate and fits in with the community. I think that, and my next question, I guess, Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Thaya, your allocation situation, we'll keep it with respect to Green Lane. My understanding is that the pipe is coming up from Harry Walker, and that pipe was put in and front-ended by another of your colleagues in the development industry. Have you sorted out what's happening with your allocation in that area?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we're working with town staff as well as the developers to the south of the site to ensure that there's appropriate allocation for the projects that we presented this morning. So that is an ongoing process that we're hoping to wrap up this month.
I think that's an important piece of it. As I understand it, there's a legal agreement that allocates room in that pipe per parcel of land, and I'm not sure that we had contemplated what you were working on when that piece was developed. As far as I'll move on to the northwest piece that Councillor Crone mentioned. I have significant reservations. Councillor Crone said that he would leave it to the ward councillors. I have significant reservations. When we look at the adjacent situation, we have a heritage cemetery, we have a beautiful daycare, and we have at this point it's rural agricultural lands, but the anticipation is that that will be residential lands, and putting a giant white cube with warehousing is not necessarily an adjacent land use that I would envision. Particularly when we went back to the zoning order, when we were looking at a car dealership, those are 2, maybe 3-story buildings. They're not huge as far as overtaking the landscape. So I guess that's where I'll leave my comments for here. I've got more for later on, but I imagine my colleagues would like to comment as well, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in on this? Councillor Lahey?
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the very detailed and clear presentation. I appreciate that, as do I know the residents who tune in to participate in these meetings for their educational purposes. And I would like to focus on the positives. I think that you mentioned the final figure. I was trying to do a tally as you were talking about each project, that there's a $31.5 million benefit to the town in terms of development fees. I know that at this time with Bill 23, there's much concern in the community, but I also think it's an opportunity for clarity so that everyone understands that you are investing significantly in our town. With regard to the allocation situation, does your proposal include that you are taking responsibility for the servicing infrastructure investment?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct, Councillor. So for the sites such as Woodbine 2, we will be, similarly as to Woodbine 1, we'll be front-ending the infrastructure investment, and then we'll be working with the developers for Green Lane West and Northwest to the south of us to ensure that appropriate allocation is shared across the board, and we can bring those sites online. As mentioned in the presentation, both Green Lane West and Northwest will be quite low-flow sites comparative to its previous auto campus use, which will allow us to connect into existing infrastructure and allow the allocation to be shared amongst all developers equally.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Mayor, again, a follow-up question. With regard to a previous meeting a couple of months ago, I know that during the budget process, we were discussing permits for the town, and at the time I asked the question about why permits were going down, and it expressed some concern at that time that, and our general manager of that department, Margot Beijing, suggested that it might be up to 8 years before permits began increasing again because of the sewage allocation challenges. So I think that this is a positive partial solution to some of those ongoing challenges that brings income to the town while we work on other projects to facilitate greater sewage allocations in the future. So thank you very much again.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Johns? Go ahead, Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll just get my hand down. Can you hear me now, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Great, thank you, and thanks for the presentation. I think this has been the meeting that I've been waiting for since I've joined council. I've the opportunity to hear Metrolinx that was just in advance of your presentation, and then having you here as well. I think that since November we've been sitting through and we've been seeing residential applications and conversations about houses. I will say that coming out of the campaign in the fall and speaking with residents all summer, there was a huge desire. Having a label of being Canada's fastest growing municipality is not necessarily something that I personally wanted to help champion and hang our hat on. The fact is that being number one was not something that was also resonating in the community too. They weren't looking to be number one. So catching our breath on residential development while we were in a housing crisis, we have been leading it. The fact is that what I was hearing from residents was the fact that the opportunity on the province catching up with their transit. So we've had that in this meeting this morning, the opportunity for the province to catch up with supporting funding for schools. And I think that the reality is that what residents were asking for is a more diversified tax base that this municipality hasn't seen in quite some time. Or ever for that matter. I think that my two councillor colleagues, they called out the $31 million in development charges. I think that's great. I do think though where my thinking goes to is actually the 1.3 million in annual revenue. I think that seeing that money year over year provides great value. And the fact is that, to your point that you did make in the presentation, it's not a over-exhaustion on our existing services to the residents. So thank you. I think that on the point that my council colleague, Councillor Roy D. Clemente made, I don't have the benefit of history. I don't know if ignorance is bliss on that. But the fact is that when speaking with residents, the reality is that they wanted to see the diversified tax base come in versus more homes coming in. And so I'll just leave it at that. I don't have that benefit of history. And what I see is that these lands are able to be moved forward on. And so, I take point with the fact about the community plans is we will be eventually having residential to the north. And I think that as part of the kind of plans going forward, you laid that kind of Gantt chart line out about when things need to happen. And I think that making sure that part of the process and making sure that plans to ensure that the community is that this development is integrated into the community is going to be important. I will say that I live in that subdivision just to the north of the Green Lane property and just to the west of Woodbine 1 and 2. I've been hearing from residents about the fact that there are visual changes to the sight lines. And I think that you opened up your presentation talking about, and closed with it actually, about being the partners that are going to stay here with us. And you're not looking to kind of build and sell and move on. And so I love that, and I think that entrepreneurship through your business should be applauded. And I think that as I'm hearing the conversations with the neighbors, I think that it would be a benefit to be able to have, going through the process, there is formal community input sessions. I think what we need to be doing is being able to have some milestone sessions where we can share what is going on and have an open dialogue with residents to make sure that we're both mutually successful in achieving what our goals are. So I'll just wrap up by saying thank you. I think this is residents have been asking to catch their breath on residential and looking to build out an industrial and commercial tax base. And I'm looking forward to what next steps look like. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking this over and the presentation, very ambitious, and I'm glad that East Gwillimbury's kind of at the core of it. When we look at development, this is going to take us a long way. I guess I wanted to just expand a little bit on what Councillor Crone mentioned before about the whole trucking and the traffic part of it. I know that we're going to see a lot more information going forward about the road network and the traffic planning and that type of thing. I guess just one thing I wanted to mention was, and maybe to staff and your group, I think it's going to be important with this one. We're looking at kind of 4 different developments there, but they're very close in geographical areas. So I think not only do we need to look at your traffic studies for each development, but I think we better have an overall look, again, through your group and staffing, because everything there is so close together. The road network and the traffic planning is going to be very, very important. So I just thought I'd mention that, and again, thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Foster. I want to reiterate some of the things that my colleagues are saying. We are shaping the future of East Gwillimbury, and to Councillor Roy DiClemente's comment about the big white cube, that's not what we want to get known for. So I'm looking at this, and I'm also thinking about the diversified tax base, the 31 million in development charges, 1.3 million annually. These are all great, but at what expense? What are we shaping our community to look like in exchange for those dollars? So I think that's something we need to balance. Councillor Foster talking about the road network, I think, is important, and something that I've raised in the past and was very top of mind coming here today is about road ecology. That as we put more trucks on the road, we have to be thinking about safety of our residents. And even if you don't care about the animals, this morning on the way here, a family of turkeys ran out in front of my car. I braked suddenly so I wouldn't hit them. Now, if there had been a transport truck behind me, I would have been forced to hit the turkeys or get hit by the truck, right? So road ecology becomes more important as we're putting more trucks on the road, and not just to keep the animals safe, but to keep the residents who are driving those roads safe. So that's one thing I still want to see more of. Councillor Crone touched on this, the types of jobs, the mix of jobs. So I'm looking, I guess, to staff and economic development to talk about what skills do people in EG have, what types of jobs are they looking for, because if we're creating jobs but it's just for people outside of our municipality, all our residents are getting is more traffic with people commuting to these jobs. So I think that's a question for staff. And then my last comment is very early in your presentation when you were talking about the work being done out here and the repaving of the parking lot. I just wanted to get that timing again, because I missed exactly when you said that timing would be.
For sure. So we'll be repaving and redoing the parking lot, installing the inclusivity crosswalks, and basically restoring the parking lot as it was, if not better. We'll be doing that this summer.
Okay, so the Rainbow Crosswalk is for the month of June. That's Pride Month. So if it's not going to be done by then, perhaps we can get another crosswalk. We were looking at expanding our crosswalks to our 2 libraries. So perhaps staff can talk with Rice Group about that, because it would be a shame the year after we open our crosswalk not to have it for the month of Pride. So perhaps we can look at doing it at our libraries, because that was part of our long-term plan. Thank you for that presentation. I'm going to go back to Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I won't go much further into some of the other questions that I had, but I guess for me, what I'd like is an understanding. Maybe we can request staff to report back to us. We received the presentation and ask for a staff report. I'd like some confirmation on the allocation and how, whether it's low flow or not. I think we need to confirm that those agreements have been made, and that to clarify things for Councillor Lahey, it's great that the pipes are being put in the ground locally, but once those pipes leave our community, the flows need to be treated at the sewage treatment plant, and it's about creating capacity at the sewage treatment plant for this kind of growth that we need. So I'd like a staff report that addresses the allocation issues, whether it's low flow or what. It doesn't really matter to me as long as there's an allocation agreement. I'd like some confirmation on the job types and the job numbers. Industrial-related jobs, I don't know if that's an actual category or not, but I'm concerned that we're looking at truck drivers as an employment use, and I think with a bunch of warehouses, while we run the risk of turning into the warehouse capital of Canada, and I don't think that's what we want for our employment lands. I think we want good quality jobs, and we want them to be local jobs so that we can meet our employment targets that are laid out in our official plan. And thirdly, I'd like that report to also discuss planning next steps. I believe Woodbine 2 is still in White Belt, and it isn't part of our urban built boundary. So there's quite a few steps that we need to go through as far as the planning, as far as planning is concerned. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to move receipt of the presentation with thanks, and request a staff report outlining those three components.
Thank you, Councillor Roy DeClemente. Perhaps General Manager Beijing can talk to us with the process and reporting when we would normally get a staff report.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe the request is sort of outside of the normal application recommendation report, but really sort of looking at responding to the materials presented here. We are, as Arthi mentioned, and I believe Michael alluded to, we've had a number of conversations about trying to resolve the issue of allocation, and access to allocation is really the issue with our other development partners. We've had ongoing conversations about trying to narrow down the job numbers and job categories. Typically, industry practices that you get that information from the proposed tenant. So it's trying to find a balance between what is projected capacity and what are the real numbers. And so trying to, we can continue to work with them. And then certainly we can outline for these properties specifically where they are in the planning process, what are the next steps, what's required, and even provide some sort of high-level expected timelines to achieve those planning objectives.
Thank you. When could we expect a report like that? So to Councillor Roy DeClemente's motion, I just would like to put some timing on it. And perhaps the clerk can put that motion up on the screen for us to take a look at.
Through you, Madam Chair, the third, the identifying the planning next steps, is fairly straightforward, and we could get that to you quite quickly. The other two the first one in terms of confirming allocation requires agreement from other parties, so that's a little bit more difficult to predict. And I know my colleague, General Manager Molinari, has also been involved in those conversations. And then the job numbers, that's a bit of a question mark, because it would depend on the type of tenant that they're looking to attract. So I don't know that we could commit in the short term, based on where I understand Rice Group is in their process, to actual job numbers. But if we could zero in on, and we've had some conversations around the national occupation codes and what classification they are. And I can also, as you mentioned earlier, provide council with how that compares to what we know about our existing residents' skills, and trying to figure out where the matches or mismatch might be.
Okay, so even if you can't give us an exact confirmation on allocation, at least a report that speaks to that, perhaps?
It's through you, Madam Chair. It's really it's kind of a delicate conversation that's ongoing. Okay. It's not really about ensuring that everyone has equal access. It's ensuring that the parties that have a claim to that allocation feel that their access to that allocation is not going to be impacted or in any way reduced. So it's more about ensuring that every developer has what they need to be able to move forward with their proposed projects.
So perhaps a report that speaks to the challenges around that, rather than a confirmation.
Certainly, yeah. That we could do. And we have, like as was mentioned, we have been having ongoing conversations, so we may get to a resolution sooner rather than later.
So when do you think you could have a report back to council? It's the beginning of April now? It is a very aggressive time frame that Rice Group is looking at, so I was wondering.
Okay. Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I think given some of the complexities, June would probably be a reasonable time frame.
Okay, so can we add that to by June? And Councillor Roy DeClemente, are you okay if we take a confirmation of allocation, just report back on allocation, since it sounds like we can't get a confirmation? Okay. Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, just for clarity, it's a different process. The Green Lane West property and the Green Lane Northwest property are the ones that are impacted by the agreements with other existing developers. The other properties are not, so it's a slightly different situation for allocation with for what is being proposed as Woodbine 2, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm wondering if we change that to Q2 2023, it's a little more open. The reality is if staff can report back sooner than June, we will. But I guess what I'm hearing the general manager say is that by the end of the second quarter, we will report back. So that would be the only suggestion I would make in terms of the wording.
Thank you. And Councillor Comento, are you fine with that wording?
It meets the intent, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this? Go ahead.
I did have one final comment, and that was whether it's 2,200 industrial-related jobs or whether it's 3,200 employees, these are all people who are going to need to get to work, and I'd like some consideration to transit as well. We just had a presentation from Metrolinx about moving people in the region, and at this point, I don't believe there's any transit-supported action along in that area. So I think that we need to keep that in mind as well. How are these people going to get to their jobs? Thanks.
And I think that also links to where are these people going to live, which speaks to the type of jobs. If it's minimum wage type jobs, they're not living in single detached homes in East Gwillimbury, that's for sure. So let's make sure we have the appropriate housing and transportation to get them there. Did you have further comments?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, to council and maybe staff. There is agreement in place right now for our, I'll call it our Green Lane West project to end up in the Newmarket sanitary sewer. There's an agreement in place for that. So that allocation is not an issue for this project. That one is ready to roll.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So hopefully that'll be all in the report. Go ahead, General Manager Beijing.
For clarity, the issue is that there are two agreements and there is perceived conflict between the two agreements, and it's the town's position that we need to maintain relationships with all of our development partners, and so part of this exercise is looking to make sure that everybody is comfortable moving forward and has access to the allocation they need to advance their projects.
That's great, and so we'll get that all in the report and we'll discuss it when it comes back to council. If there is no further questions or comments, all in favor of the resolution before us, I'll read it out. Be it resolved that the presentation provided by the Rice Group representatives regarding Rice Group employment lands be received, and that council requests staff to report back in Q2 2023 on allocation, job types, and planning next steps. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you again for your interest in East Gwillimbury and moving us forward. Thank you. Okay, moving on in our agenda, we are F, deputations, and there's none at this time. So we'll move on to G, Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services, with Councillor Lahey in the chair. Go ahead, Councillor Lahey.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. The first item in the reports, I will read out the title here. It is regarding the Infrastructure and Environmental Services presentation for the Mount Albert Downtown Revitalization Design. Could I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Crone. The report is moved by Councillor Crone. And General Manager Molinari, do you have any comments as you provide the presentation?
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, we're very pleased to have our project team here today to provide this presentation to Council. Now that we've completed the background work and concepts, the intent is to confirm the refined project limits and scope based on the project budget and take the proposed treatment to the public to make sure we're on the right track. We'd like to return to Council with a follow-up report that summarizes what we've heard and gives sufficient direction to our project consultant, SEMA, to finalize the detailed design. With positive support from Council and the public, the design can be completed in 2023, with the construction tender late in 2023 or early 2024. So we still have a couple of trade-offs to consider through this project. We have to decide whether to provide on-street parking on Centre Street or provide enhanced boulevard space for sidewalks and walkability. Also, we have to decide whether to proceed with aerial hydro and maintain the project budget, or seek additional funds to bury the hydro. Burying the hydro would also add to the project schedule for design and construction. So all this will, we have a project team here today to provide a detailed presentation, and presenting today will be Denny Buskowski, our Manager of Asset Management and Capital Projects, Ray Rosala, our Senior Engineering Technologist, Margot Beijing, our GM of Development Services, Paul Turner, our Lead Project Consultant at SEMA, and I'll pass it over to Denny to kick it off. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of council. Next slide, please. So this is our agenda for today. We want to cover these elements on this very important project. I do want to note that there will be a heavy emphasis on core infrastructure design elements in this presentation today. Next slide, please. So overall project objectives. We are looking to make improvements to the downtown core, which include road and public space, boulevard improvements. We want to improve accessibility and walkability in the community. And we also want to improve the appearance, the aesthetic appearance in the area. We have grant funding, which the next two slides will cover in more depth. But I think the important message on this slide is that these improvements puts key infrastructure in place to support the ongoing revitalization of the downtown core. Next slide, please. We'd like to cover a little bit of the grant. I know we've talked about it in the past, but always happy to talk about good news. So in 2020, the town was successful in securing $2.27 million in grant funding, with $454,000 representing the town's mandatory contribution. The grant funds are to be used for transportation-related infrastructure improvements. And next slide, please. And we just wanted to cover some grant facts on this slide. The grant has conditions tied to it. And there are things that we can spend the money on, and then there is those elements that we cannot spend money on or are not. And the grant refers to them as eligible and ineligible expenditures. So while the grant does not cover buried infrastructure such as storm, water, wastewater, or burying utilities, staff do want to note that we've had a closer look at our buried infrastructure and noted that they're in great condition. So we don't anticipate any funding needs for improvements on buried infrastructure in that respect. And at this point in time, I'd like to call Ray Rosala up to the podium to carry on with the presentation. And thank you.
Thanks, Denny, and good morning, Madam Chair and members of council. As shown on the screen, this slide illustrates the refined scope. Oh, sorry, next slide, please. Getting ahead of myself. As shown on the screen, this slide illustrates the refined scope, limits, and priorities for this project. The green polygon identifies areas where concepts are being considered. These green limits help identify transitional requirements, determine costs, and confirm scope for this project and future capital projects in those areas. In blue, we've got detailed design and construction limits for this project. The limits include Center Street from just south of Main Street to just north of Mill Street. Secondly, we've got Main Street from the Mount Albert Community Center to Center Street. And lastly, Bank Street in its entirety from Center Street to Alice Street. The project priorities are based on the $2.72 million budget, public consultation, and the 2014 Downtown Revitalization Strategy, which was validated at the onset of this project and used as a guiding principle for this design. The recommendations throughout satisfy the intent of this strategy. Scope includes a reconstruction of Center Street and Bank Street, spanning the entire right-of-way limits. Main Street will receive similar works as well as an urbanization within the limits noted. This work focuses on enhancing boulevard and sidewalk spaces. This is showcased through renderings later into our presentation. Other priorities include decorative LED street lighting and streetscaping as well. Lastly, works will include hydropole and utility relocations while remaining aerial. These relocations are beneficial in maximizing boulevard use by identifying ideal pole and utility locations. It is important to note that burying the aerial hydro would require an additional $1.2 million in funds, exceeding our budget. We believe this would be considered as cost prohibitive and is an ineligible expense for grant funding, as mentioned earlier. Next, I'll turn it over to Margot Beijing to discuss the economic development components of this project.
Thanks, Ray. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So as was indicated at the outset of this presentation, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about the economic development aspects of the project in order to allow you more time to consider some of the design elements. We'll come back to council at a later time with a more fulsome discussion around the economic development elements of this revitalization process, but did want to touch on the fact that we have completed retail gap analysis, which gave us really good information about what the community is looking for, what some of the challenges and opportunities might be, and where we may want to focus our efforts in terms of supporting the growth and expansion of the Mount Albert businesses. We noted that there was, through public consultation and working with the business owners, that there is a significant opportunity to increase awareness, the understanding of what services and products and are available in the downtown, especially for new residents, is fairly limited. So that's an opportunity for us to increase traffic to the downtown just by driving more local residents there. That we need to work with both existing businesses and to try to be very strategic in how we target new businesses to meet the demands in terms of what the community is looking for in terms of services and amenities that they would like to have in their downtown. Next slide, please. A key focus going forward is going to be strengthening the capacity of businesses and business-serving organizations, and we're going to revisit the establishment of a business improvement area. This is what we feel will be the best tool to provide access to funding and programs that we couldn't do traditionally through the municipality. So such things as facade improvement or updating and strengthening the digital presence and skill development of the existing businesses, those types of things. So that is going to be a key focus, working with partners such as MAVA and the Chamber of Commerce to strengthen the business-serving organizations in the area. And the size and the space constraints of the area mean that it's unlikely to attract big box enterprises, but what that does mean is that it creates greater opportunity for local and independently owned businesses to thrive. And I think as part of the design conversations, contribute to a unique and sort of special identity for this region. So it's both, could be considered a challenge, but we look at that as an opportunity. And that throughout this process, there isn't a lot of vacant space, but the vacant space that's there is very visible. So looking at opportunities to work with our other colleagues in other departments to see if there are opportunities to animate those spaces and increase activity and create opportunities for public engagement with the downtown area as we go through this process. And I should note that a big part of the ACTEV focus as the construction and the infrastructure upgrades move forward will be to prepare the existing businesses to how they navigate the business interruption and the disruption as they go forward. So, anything we can do to make that as seamless, and we understand that there will be interruptions or there will be disruptions, but we want to make sure that they're well prepared and that that their customers can still reach them. So that's happy to entertain any questions, but as I said, we really wanted to provide time to focus on the design elements. So with that in mind, I'll turn it over to the consultant, Mr. Paul Turner, to speak to that.
Thank you, Margot. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of Council. As noted, my name is Paul Turner, and I'm Director of Transportation at SEMA Plus, which is the town's engineering consultant on the reconstruction of this great project. Next slide, please. So we've had a pretty comprehensive public engagement. This is just a brief summary. Did an online survey to start, which ran for a month and a half there. This online survey, we got 189 responses with The primary survey objectives and content was to understand who is interested in getting a respondent profile, confirming elements and priorities identified in the 2014 downtown revitalization strategy, and understanding preferences when it came to allocation of space within the road right-of-way, and understanding preferences and priorities related to the retail habits and business services that Margot noted. So in order to drum up interest for this public open house, we had a community outreach at the Civic Open House and Sports Day. The open house was actually held on June 16th, 2022, and there we confirmed the priorities identified in the revitalization strategy and confirmed that they did remain valid, albeit with some slight shift in order of priorities. Next slide, please. So 29 people had signed in to the open house, and we approximate that there was about 40 people in total. The attendees included the EG gardeners, new and return residents, and entrepreneurs, building owners, and long-term residents. The design inspiration opportunities precedent images provided us with the insight to preferences in terms of look and feel, and specific questions around design were supported with visual images for easy interpretation. So basically what's up on the slide there is a summary of what we heard from the public based on what we presented in terms of potentially adding more boulevard space, acceptance for additional on-street parking, the acceptance preference for reducing on-street parking to enhance landscape opportunities, acceptance of possible one-way streets on some of the side streets that intersect Center Street, and even though I know Ray mentioned earlier that it's likely due to financial constraints, there was a support for burying hydros and utilities just from a visual perspective. And there's a preference for street trees, hanging baskets, and decorative street lighting. So on to the design. Next slide, please. And next slide. So as Ray noted, the project limits that we're really focusing on for the reconstruction are noted there in blue. We've been able to, through our preliminary design, it looks like we'll be able to add parking to both Bank Street and Main Street. The one thing with Center Street, currently there is on-street parking, and there's basically competing interests for the parking or for the space that's actually on there, with on-street parking versus enhanced public spaces on boulevards, and really looking for public feedback required to provide that direction on what's desired in the downtown's core there. So in the call-outs there's a few notes kind of the high-level items that we're hoping to implement as part of the design and reconstruction, with the hydro poles to be replaced, and adding decorative light fixtures onto those hydro poles. The reconstruction of Bank Street, Center Street, and the urbanization of Main Street and the inclusion of on-street parking on both sides of the street. As noted earlier, as a result of budget constraints, the project limits have been reduced, and basically we're looking to maximize the bang for the buck and try to implement the elements that we've noted on there. Please note that staff may group resurfacing needs of some of the adjacent streets just outside of the project limits there during construction, subject to available funding and the annual road rehabilitation program. Next slide, please. So this goes into a little bit more detail just about how we came to the consensus about of why we're leaning towards not putting the hydro to underground. It's an extremely expensive undertaking. There's a lot of logistical issues too that have major schedule impacts and just unknowns, which can lead to additional costs. Not only is it Hydro One that needs to be dealt with, but it's any of the communications that are on there, and then how they then will feed all of their clients with all the local servicing as well. So there's just as a result of that, basically we've come to the consensus that it's likely not worth spending all that additional money, especially as Denny and Ray noted, that these are ineligible expenses for as part of the grant that you've received there. Next slide, please. So this is getting into each of the streets that we're proposing to reconstruct within those limits there. So this is a urbanization of Main Street, allowing some on-street parking formalized. Right now, it's somewhat informal with the gravel shoulders and the ditches there. So you can see there's the cross-section there showing the vehicles parked on both sides and filling in the ditches that you can see kind of with the dash lines in there. In the plan view there, you can see the additional, the green space there. Instead of it being a ditch now, that'll be a flat area. And I know even just in my time spent there during the sports day setup, I think that'll have a huge benefit rather than having people cross through ditches and allowing a little bit more room to spread out for community events like that too. We've added 21 spots within the limits that we've shown there, and there will be storm sewer required as well as concrete curb that will go with the urbanization. The one note that we do need further discussions and consultation with is the property owner at the Benjamin Moore. Right now, there is some parking there. Based on what were our initial thoughts, we may or may not be able to accommodate that. There's some fairly significant grading challenges that we're going to need to review through the detailed design process, as well as there's stairs there as well. So we're looking, when we get into the details, about the accessibility and seeing whether that can be potentially eliminated or combined with some sort of ramping. So that will be fleshed out through the detailed design. Next slide, please. So Bank Street, we are proposing to actually turn this to a one-way street, and that's again with the idea that potentially with the loss of parking on Center Street, that this would still facilitate on-street parking nearby to the downtown, so easily walkable, very accessible to the downtown core. Right now, for those that are familiar with the area, there's actually hydro poles that are basically smack dab in the middle of the sidewalk, and we're definitely looking to improve upon that. And really, we're fairly limited because it's such a narrow road right-of-way that in order to fit a proper width sidewalk, get the utilities out of the sidewalk, we're left with having to make decisions, and really, you don't need as wide a pavement width for the on-street parking. And so this then kind of kills two birds with one stone by allowing still additional use of on the on-street, getting the hydro poles out of the sidewalk, and allowing for basically a little bit safer travel concerns too, because again, Bank Street comes in quite steep. The reason why we've selected the one way to head east off of Center Street is because of those poor sight lines when heading west from there. Concerns with stopping or skidding, especially in poor weather or icing conditions, and just with having the better access for people maybe not familiar with the community coming into the town rather than coming in from behind and then out. It's a lot easier to come up through Center and then across Bank. Just as a side note, we definitely understand and know that we will need to consult with these properties associated with the driveways that front onto this, and that will be coming over the next month or so. Next slide, please. So probably one of the more radical things here, and this is where we have two options here, is related to Center Street. Right now, there is on-street parking. So this option here shows the maintenance of the on-street parking, albeit a little bit more formalized. Right now, it's basically just asphalt curb going up right to the sidewalk, and a lot of times too, people will park right up onto the sidewalk, and it's just a very narrow. I mean, it's a blessing and a curse because it obviously adds a lot of uniqueness to this core here, but it's very challenging to try to fit in everything that we're trying to fit in here. So, as noted in the slide there, very narrow. The existing sidewalks are actually substandard, so in order to make the additional width sidewalks, it has to come at a cost, which we need to take away from either the parking or the road. And really what we've tried to do is take every tool, implement it, narrow everything. The roads as narrow as it can be while meeting standard. The parking spots are, and then the sidewalks as well. So as a spin-off result of actually doing the narrowing of the road, though, it will definitely help with some of the traffic control, which we've heard that there is a lot of concerns with speeding through the downtown core. This will also be supplemented with the three-way stop, which I believe has recently been passed through council, and if it hasn't, it's will be imminent. And the presence of a PXO crossing at Mill Street there, which will be upgraded to have some flashing beacons. So it should really have an opportunity to slow traffic down a lot more through the area. And this is regardless of whether we go with the parking or not parking. Both these narrow roads are going to be working within that new corridor there. So the only concern that we really have if we do keep the parking is because we've kind of gone narrow on everything, narrow plus narrow on, again, meeting standards, but using the minimum on all of them, there is some concerns about potential side view mirrors and stuff. Again, we're meeting them, but it's depending how careful people are as they're parking and whatnot. That would be one concern that we're definitely want to make sure is made clear as we discuss with the locals and the businesses there. So, next slide, please. So the next option here is the removal of the on-street parking and maximizing the boulevard space here. So allowing ideally for some additional street tree plantings, potentially some patio spaces that can spill out from the businesses there. There's a few restaurants there. As noted, obviously there is zero parking in regards to what is out there today, but we're hoping that that's been kind of, with the additional parking that we've been able to provide on Main Street and Bank Street, all within very easily walking distance or adjacent, that there should be plenty of additional parking to supplement the lost parking there. And then it just adds that much more ability for, again, businesses to thrive within those additional streetscaping areas and just the beautification of the downtown core there. So we are going to, as we move into the next month or so, we do have plans to have discussions with the individual business owners and gauge impact as a result of this potential loss of parking directly in front. But again, just reinforcing the fact that additional parking will be made elsewhere. So next slide, please. So the next slide actually talks to the parking. So basically, this is a table of existing versus proposed parking. In terms of option 1, 2, we just kept that to be consistent, but really there's only option 1, 2 related to Center Street and what we're currently proposing here. And then you can just see the summary of the numbers as you come across there. So in all cases, the overall, there's a net gain in parking, potentially losing the parking on Center Street. We may, if that is the chosen option, there's a reduction in 7 spaces there. But overall, with the addition of Main Street and Bank Street, the worst case is you're adding 16 spots. And if Center Street is to remain with parking on it, then there's an additional 24 spots that will be added there. So we will be seeking input regarding the reduction on the on-street parking to accommodate the additional streetscaping opportunities on Center Street, including the bump outs and patios, versus the maintaining of the on-street parking and having flexibility to allow restaurants to occupy spaces seasonally for patios, as well as potential concerns with the narrow roadway and parking along Center Street and introducing additional parking on those side streets. Next slide, please. So in terms of some of the streetscaping look and feel to what we're currently looking at, EG had already completed a comprehensive streetscaping guideline study, which provides the overall concept to the development of the public realm. We will then be advancing the concept through the design process. And as we receive feedback on the design option presented here and to the next public open house, to understand the opportunities for streetscape and public realm opportunities. So I'll just note that the light fixtures for the streetscaping guidelines are they were originally meant as standalone poles from that guideline, but because of the narrow road right of way, which I've noted there, it's likely going to have to be mounted off the hydro poles. The middle fixture there with the dash line is the one that is currently identified is kind of the closest to what was in the guideline and is what is being implemented in the community center there too. So to try to keep that feel throughout Mount Albert, that's currently what is recommended. Because Hydro 1 will not allow, or will not likely allow decorative concrete poles due to restocking and replacement issues, we're very limited with what we can propose. Basically, when the hydro poles get relocated, it's either back to more of a pressure-treated wood pole There is an option to a little bit more expensive, but it has a little bit more pizzazz to it, I guess, is it's this composite pole. I don't know how well you can see that in there, but it's like a dark gray, so at least it's not just that bland green pressure treated. It gives a little bit more of an opportunity for when those lights are mounted off the side of it to kind of be more of a consistent color with a dark gray to black pole with that black fixture there. You'll also note that there's the proposed hanging basket there with the tractor that's been, I think, used in the parking lot there at the community center, and we're going to look to replicate that through the downtown. And we just want to make sure that for the MAVA banners that are out there today, they will still be implemented on the new hydro poles, so nothing should change in terms of the existing ability to mount the decorations on the new poles. One last thing is just that the landscaping design details and such as paving, stone color and configuration, and the luminaire arm brackets, etc., will be completed and finalized in close consultation with CPRC as per town standard practice, and we'll be presenting that. That'll be presented as the design basically gets finalized. Next slide, please. So in terms of the next steps, the design which we're currently undertaking, we're going to meet with the local businesses one-on-one over the month of April with another community, hopefully the final, second and final community open house. April, likely May, with wanting to have a little bit of lead time with the business owner feedback, especially if there's any changes to what we may want to present to the public. Then we'll be reporting back to council on all of the public feedback, both from the businesses and what we heard at the second open house. As an additional effort to fast track the project, this project will finalize all of the remaining design details to proceed with the design up to the 100% completion. The 90 to 100% design we're looking at towards the end of this year, as Mr. Molinari mentioned there. In an effort to fast track this project, we would like to provide direction to the utility companies in the near future to proceed with their design, because really they're going to be the control to the schedule. Once it goes, they're private, third party, we lose control. So the sooner we can engage them, the sooner they can do what they need to do to make sure that their relocations are taken care of. We'll report back to council with the final design at the end of the year. And then construction will start ideally with the utilities, likely probably closer to the beginning of next year. Again, depending on the complexity, we're just getting in touch with them right now as we speak. And it's typically about a year process or so if everything goes well. But it can be upwards of 2 years, and a lot of things really, in terms of what comes into play on that, is the communications that are on those poles and the complexity as well as the material availability, because I know there has been stocking issues with that. So that's why it's so critical to get them engaged as soon as we can. The construction tender will be, as Mr. Molinari mentioned, towards the end of this year. And then the construction can start as early as early to mid next year. And we've put a very gracious window in to account for the unknowns associated with the utility relocations. But in reality, we actually only expect the construction to be about a year or so. Next slide, I think that's it. So I'll open the floor to questions.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation. I think this is an example of a project where good things are worth waiting for. So it's been a long time coming, and there's been many iterations and many people involved. But I do believe that with the thorough planning, that we will end up with results that will tremendously impact the downtown core of Mount Albert in our small rural community. And this will be transformative in terms of meeting the needs of residents as well. So my understanding from your presentation is that there will be another outreach to the public, and there'll be an opportunity to get feedback on making a choice between parking or focus on pedestrian-friendly on Center Street
That's correct.
area. So I have a few questions, which I'll ask first, and then we'll move on to other questions from council, if that's all right. My first question was, you mentioned there were some conditions put on the grant, and I've had residents asking about the timeline, and is there any deadline by which the construction must be completed?
To you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, there's some terms and conditions in the agreement for the grant, and our anticipated completion date is well before the grant's expiry date. So I believe we have until 2027 to spend that money.
Mm-hmm. Very good, thank you. And so I have a few other questions, but I'll open it up to give other councillors an opportunity to ask questions as well. Councillor Crone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, I agree with the sentiments of Councillor Lahey. This is transformative for downtown Mount Albert. It's, I think we started talking about this in 2006. So it'll be 20 years once the construction is finished, from start to finish. So it's because of that, I would really like staff to reconsider the notion of burying the hydro lines, because the poles on Main Street are so cumbersome, and it's exacerbated in winter when the snow is piled up and we actually lose parking space after a significant snowfall. So I would encourage staff. I know you said it was cost prohibitive. When you look at, maybe I've been in government too long, but when I see $1 million on the price tag, that didn't seem so prohibitive. I may regret that statement. But at the very least, maybe there's a compromise that we do where we limit the length that we could bury, because I think this is certainly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We saw how long it took to get to this point, how many years we've been at this. I think this will be the last chance in my lifetime that we get to change this and get it right. And I would just hate to see it slip by. We just had a presentation a few minutes ago about the development that's coming in, and 30+ million in DC charges, and I think we can find the money. So I would encourage staff to go back to the drawing board. I know it's work, but I think there's an opportunity here for us to explore and be creative that way. So that's my pitch for burying the lines. I think it would make everyone's life downtown so much better. And it's a chance to get it right, and we could do it now. I know the businesses would thank us. When I go downtown to pick up something, from the Chinese restaurant or whatever, and if there's been snow on the ground, it's nice that there's economic activity going downtown, but if there's been the snow, it just becomes problematic, and then that's when you get situations where people are parking in front of residents' driveways, and so I think this is an opportunity to make a lot of lives better. I'll go back to the comment about through you, Madam Chair, about the southwest corner of Main and Center by the corner decor. I would encourage having a good conversation with the business owner. I think that could be problematic, as it would cost us another parking space. But please have that conversation with the homeowner or the business owner as well. With regards to making Bank Street a one-way, I would encourage to have and I've said this in the past, but I'll say it again, have a chat with the funeral home. I think Bill Schwarchuk, because there's the church is on Alice, and he has a bit of a flight path that he takes from the church to the funeral home and back and forth, and so that might be of value to talk to the funeral home. And I guess the last comment I'll make is a question, and I'll talk to direct it to Ms. Bejan about economic development, and one of the things that and I'll speak on Councillor Lahey's behalf. We've been getting questions lately about daycare, and that it seems to me like it's it's an opportunity for the private sector to grab a hold of. And I know there's very few levers that we can pull from a municipal standpoint other than to advocate for somebody relocating. But I think there's a real demand for daycare in Mount Albert. And if there's anything that we could do to influence that through, I know York Region has receives money through social services. If there's something there we could leverage, just to this is kind of like the work we do with broadband. It's not a municipal service, but we try and use our influence and persuasion to do that. So I throw this question to you, Ms. Bejan. Is there anything in our bag of tricks that you think we might be able to entice a daycare relocating to Mount Albert? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair. Certainly would fall under the umbrella of targeted investment attraction. So when we're it'd start with the licensed daycare operators that we already work with, and helping them to understand the market demand, maybe assisting with some of that, doing a bit of that homework to help anyone who is looking to build a business case. Also working with the commercial. The people that have commercial space, the building owners, because helping them to understand what might be viable for the tenants that they're seeking. So having a conversation early, for example, with Averton and their commercial space. One of our challenges is the lack of available space currently in the downtown area, but we can be a little bit more proactive in terms of flagging that it is a demand, and that's something they may want to look at, and certainly keep it top of mind in our outreach efforts. We do occasionally get inquiries from people looking to establish daycares, and their challenge is typically finding a suitable facility. So anytime we can help to make that match, we certainly will.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cronin and Margot. I would just like to follow that up while we're on that train of thought with when you were talking about the retail gap analysis, the Chamber of Commerce is a very strong partner that we can look to moving forward as well. It wasn't mentioned in the presentation, but I think that there's a lot of opportunity here to strengthen and grow our relationships and utilize already established groups like the Chamber of Commerce to help with that process. And I know many residents who have suggestions and ideas, entrepreneurs who would like to open businesses in downtown Mount Albert. So I think that there's probably opportunities for the economic development to reach out to those members of the community. And so I'll ask, are there any other questions from members of the committee? Yes, Councillor Roy DeClementi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. I guess my thought was, if you were to ask me which option I liked, I tend to lean towards option 2, because I like the idea of creating community living rooms and creating space for those businesses to have an outdoor patio, and if there's a net gain in parking spaces in general in the downtown core, then I think that we can sell that to the community. Quite frankly, it's actually not much of a hike to go from the community center to Main if you were coming from out of town, and I've done that myself. So that would be my instinct if you're looking for feedback. I did want to kind of tag along on to Councillor Crone's comments through you, Madam Chair. About the burying of the hydro lines. And while $1.4 million was a bit of a choke point for me, I wondered whether we might be able to find a compromise and maybe just look at the key segment between Centre to just south of the bridge, that being the core area on Main Street. That would then bury those hydro wires, create a better space for our operations team to be able to do the snow clearing, create those spaces for the businesses to have patios and that sort of thing. And at that point, I think it would be an additional investment of $450,000 if we were to take the money that we were already spending in that space. And so for me, I look at it and I say, well, if we're going to spend this kind of money, we might as well make sure that we get the very best outcome. And if it means that we have to put a few more of our skins in the game to make it better, given that this is a once in a 20-year project, then let's try and find a way to compromise that. So instead of doing the whole thing, let's just do a segment of that. And I did want to reinforce the business at Center and Main, the southwest corner. At this point, that user needs a loading zone. It's not just picking up a bag of takeaway food, but we're loading cans of paint and rolls of wallpaper and things like that into vehicles. And so I think just from a logistics perspective, you need to be able to provide that ability for that particular business to be able to serve their customers. It's not a long-term parking thing, it's a loading zone more than anything else. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Roy DeClemente. I would like to give General Manager Molinari an opportunity to address the question that you have, both Councillor Crone and Councillor Roy DeClemente have raised with regard to underground utilities, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Council's brought some very good points to us today, and really the next few steps on this, we're going to take this information, we're going to meet with those property owners, the very ones we've been mentioning today, and try to find good solutions for them. And I agree, the loading zone would be very helpful. A lot of that depends on grading and some other site details, but certainly, you know, the next month or so is all about fact-finding, getting together with the community at another PIC to get some feedback, you know, looking at some options. You know, with regards to burying hydro, that's certainly an option we can look at in a little more detail. Maybe there's a bit of a hybrid approach. We do note, though, even if you take the hydro poles out, we're still going to need poles for lighting. So those poles there's going to be poles regardless of which way we move forward. And yes, our preference right now is to create some more pedestrian-friendly areas, and because there is a net increase in parking with both options, we believe that the one the community would be most satisfied with is the one that removes parking and creates those pedestrian spaces, allows for outdoor patios and a much more aesthetic and friendly environment for the public. But you know, the point is, we'll take all this back. We'll report back to council. The important thing is when the report comes back to make decisions so that SEMA can take this to the finish line, and that's how we get this project done as quickly as we possibly can. I just want to leave council with that feedback.
Thank you very much, General Manager Molinari. Are there any other questions? I have oh, Councillor Johns, yes. Please, Councillor Johns. We're waiting to hear your question.
Yeah, no stress. Thanks.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. No, I just wanted to echo the comments of Councillor Crone, and I grew up in Mount Albert. The Benjamin Moore store, I used to work there when it was a Home Hardware, and I've got lots of fond memories. And the loading zone, to that point, I was the one carrying stuff out, and it is of concern. So it's I think that it's that due diligence is looked at. So my point to what Councillor Crone was saying, and what off of Councillor Roy DeClemente was calling out to do partial, like when I'm looking at or hybrid, I'm picturing the budget and the capital, our capital budget, and I go back to the Councillor Crone saying that it started in 2006, that started the process. But if you look at the more finite timeline, it still is over multiple years. And so I am hoping that we can find the funds within the capital budget. It doesn't need to come out in one shot. Hopefully it can be, the funds can be found over multiple years, and it's not as impactful, but it is a generational opportunity that will last. So I just wanted to echo that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johns. I'm sure that there are many complexities to changing ideas in terms of putting the utilities underground that may involve, may increase the time for the project. There may be other logistics. So I look forward to getting the feedback from General Manager Molinari as to what if there's some balance that can be struck, or if other tough decisions have to be made in the future regarding the options ahead of us. So I have a couple more follow-up questions because residents who live on Main Street have approached me, and they have expressed concern with the current state of the street of Main Street in terms of its appearance and cracking and potholes and et cetera. And so they would like to know if paving is part of the plan. There's the blue area, and I noticed on Main Street, the blue area doesn't go as far as Victoria Street, but then there's an extended green area. And so what are the plans with regard to paving the areas of Main Street and the other streets that are not in the blue zone, but are in the green zone?
Yep, we are reviewing those streets. We believe a number of them are up for resurfacing, like the surface needs to be removed and replaced. And we are looking at partnering up that like work with the core work in the downtown area.
Thank you. And just a couple other questions. I'm looking forward to the opportunity for the public to give more feedback, and in particular from an accessibility point of view. I am also the liaison on the council of the advisory committee for the accessibility committee, and so this is another opportunity to hear from members of our community who might have questions regarding accessibility, and I'm hoping there'll be an opportunity to connect the committee with the designers in the near future. I also, because the arts are close to my heart, have there been any areas identified in these plans for the opportunity to have public sculpture or other works of public art in this downtown revitalization?
As part of the study that was done before SEMA came involved, there was a very high-level concept that actually did talk to certain areas that could allow for that. Because the green limits, as we're calling it there, is the overall project area. So I think that encompassed, there was even some talk of maybe some gateway features and whatnot. So there has been a little bit of high-level review of that, but as we got into it in terms of the initial thought process was basically trying to maximize the grant funding. And as I'm hearing here, it sounds like there may be a little bit of a potentially to go above and beyond that. So I think there is still the opportunity to do that. We're not too far down the road at this point, so to speak. And I guess the other thing I'll add too is just with that, those added, provided that we go with, say, the Center Street option there with the widened boulevards, I think just naturally it provides that much more opportunity for public art to be there, and the same along Main Street, filling in those ditches and providing flat boulevards there also provides additional areas there. But in terms of actually design stuff for that, there isn't anything right now in the works.
Thank you very much. I think we have to keep that in mind. And before the window closes, there might be the opportunity to bring in some other voices from the community who might want to see some artwork. And General Manager Molinari, yes?
Through you, Madam Chair, just like to remind Council, the grant that we received was more of a roads grant, but this project doesn't have to end at the end of this with this project. This could be a continuous project that spans multiple years, multiple projects, and the artwork could be something that actually forms part of a future grant project at some point in time, or whenever Council decided they wish to do that. So I wouldn't view this as a one and done. I think this is just the first step of many. We have economic development that's going to come in probably as a phase 2 with something a little more robust, and some of these other projects could be things that also come in down the road through this overall project.
Thank you very much for that. That's additional information that's very helpful. Thank you. Are there any other additional questions from members of the committee? If not, seeing no further questions, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as presented? Thank you. Do I need a motion? No, okay. All those in favor, and yes, the motion is passed. Thank you very much. And the next item on the agenda.
Councillor Lahey, if I can just interrupt,
Yes.
just given the time, I think we're going to take a quick break for lunch now. We have a very full agenda, but lunch is ready in the boardroom, and we'll take a half-hour break, and we'll come back with that next item from you.
Sounds
Thank you
good.
very
Thank
much.
you.
So we are now recessing. Thank you.
For those joining on the phone, just bear with us as we will be returning around 1 o'clock.
welcome back to Committee of the Whole for Tuesday, April the 4th. We are on item G2 with Councillor Lahey in the chair. Go ahead, Councillor Lahey.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. The second item today is in the Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services Department is Report CIES 2023-01, the 2022 Asset Management Plan for Core Assets at Current Levels of Service. Could I please have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Roy DeClementi. And General Molinari, do you have any comments before the presentation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So further to last week's council workshop on asset management, approval of this report satisfies the town's current regulatory requirements and allows us to better manage our assets, as well as continue to receive gas tax funding and apply for grant opportunities with the province when they arise. So the 2022 AMP covers our core assets, which includes our primary infrastructure networks for transportation, stormwater, water, and wastewater. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for General Manager Molinari? Yes, Madam Chair, Carruthers.
Thank you. On page 11 of 12, appendix number 1, State of Infrastructure Summary, it says the remaining 29% are in poor and very poor condition. So 29% of our core infrastructure is in poor, very poor condition. That seems, that jumped out at me as rather alarming. That's on appendix 1, State of Infrastructure Summary, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet down.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's correct. Of our core assets, 71% of our core assets are in fair or better condition, and the remaining 29% are in poor or very poor condition. Now, I just want to note that building off of our workshop from last week, a lot of our assets, core assets, are assessed based on age in the absence of having physical condition information. So based on age alone, that's how they sum up in their respective condition categories.
So just having that in a public report, I'd be very alarmed if I was a resident. So I'm wondering if there is a way to put an asterisk beside that to say that this is based on age and we don't believe they are actually in poor, very poor condition. To me, it sounds like we're dropping the ball if we've allowed a third of our assets to be in poor, very poor condition. But what I'm hearing from you is they're actually not, because we've extended the life on them. So I just think that standalone bullet in this appendix causes concern.
Through you, Madam Chair. Understood. Understood. The report does detail how we assess condition on all the assets. And it does talk about age-based condition rating system, and with that result. So it's a reoccurring message throughout the actual asset management plan itself. And I can say this as well, that the asset management plan does recommend that we move towards assessing the condition of most, if not all, of our assets to have a better understanding of their true state and condition.
If I may, Madam Chair, maybe it's the remaining 29% are deemed to be in poor, very poor condition, because we don't believe that they are in poor, very poor condition, but the designation is that they are based on the age that we were using. So I'm just wondering if there can be some clarity. Is it possible to clarify this, or is this some sort of standard report that we have to use specific language?
Through you, Madam Chair. It's a little bit of both. Is the answer. In the practice of asset management, we do use those terms in the industry all the time, and we do pre-qualify those statistics or metrics based on the qualifiers of whether we have physical condition ratings or not, or if we're using age as the default.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. given the different ways that we would look at these assets and with age specifically, my thought process is most municipalities would be probably in the same boat as us. So off the top of your head, are we, I don't want to use the phrase industry standards, but I mean, are we kind of where we would expect to be in accordance to other municipalities?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is a correct notion.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, sorry, Councillor Roy Clementi.
Thank you. It's okay. Thank you. For me, I think it wasn't so much what was in the appendix as it was the way that our assets were assessed, and I think it was 18% of them have actually been eyeballed. And so for me, I look at that and I say, okay, this is an estimate. And then on page 7 of the report, which is where I was really laying my hat, it says that the Financial Accountability Office of Ontario says that about 45% of municipal assets are not in a state of good repair, whereas ours are at about 2%. And so even if we were to take the 29% at being poor or very poor, we're still doing much better than the provincial average. And I think for me, that's the headline more so than, this is how we assessed it. But where are we comparatively speaking? We're in good shape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Roy Clementi. And General Manager Molinari, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add that one of the things that we struggle with in this and with our assets is our bridges. And over the next few years, we'll be repairing a number of those structures, which will significantly address some of the numbers that we've heard about today. And really, asset management's a journey. So the first part of developing a plan is actually seeing where you are, and then taking steps to make improvements in that. So it's not surprising that there's things to be done. As we develop and refine our plans, we will identify some of those issues, and then we take corrective action on those particular items. So I wouldn't see it as necessarily a bad thing. I just think it's something that we have. One of the good things about our network is a lot of our infrastructure is young, and we have a lot of time to make corrective adjustments, especially early on in the service life of our assets. So we're actually in a very good spot right now, and we can take the next few years as we refine these asset management plans to make sure that we implement good practices in order to be able to maintain them. And ultimately, as part of the 2025 AMP, that's the financial strategy where we replace all those assets and have the financial strategy to do that. So generally speaking, we're in good shape, but we're at early stages of our asset management journey, and we'll get better as we go through the process.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Seeing none, I'm going to read through the resolutions before we vote. Be it resolved that the Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services Report, CIES 2023-101, dated April 4th, 2023, entitled 2022 Asset Management Plan for Core Assets at Current Levels of Service be received, and that Council approve the 2022 Asset Management Plan for Core Assets at Current Levels of Service, and that Council directs staff to provide the Ministry of Infrastructure and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing with the approved 2022 Asset Management Plan for Core Assets at Current Levels of Service. All those in favor as the motions are presented? The motion is passed. Thank you very much. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions under Community Infrastructure Environmental Services from Council? Mr. Molinari?
Through you, Madam Chair, I just wanted to provide Council a brief update with respect to an evolving issue on Old Yonge Street. So the region, as Council knows, the region's currently doing some work on Yonge Street, essentially, and has the roadway closed for the approximate limits of Old Yonge Street. Although Old Yonge Street is signed for local traffic only, a significant amount of that construction traffic continues to use Old Yonge Street. So Old Yonge Street is a surface-treated road. It's currently under half loads and is having very difficult time of sustaining the current traffic and loading. So our staff operations group have spent considerable time over the last week to 2 weeks repairing potholes, et cetera, to keep the road passable. And we're actually not able to keep up with the formation of new potholes at this time. So as a result, we've spoken with the region to implement a formal detour for Yonge Street, as well as some additional signage. And part of the recommendation is to close the steep portion of Old Yonge Street because that's the portion that's having the most difficult time at this time of year. So the roadway would remain open to local traffic and to emergency services all the time. And from the south, it would be open to local traffic only. So it would not be open to anyone except emergency services at the north end. And that's kind of what we're looking at implementing until the region finishes off their roadworks, which is in approximately mid-May is when they're proposing to have their works done, at which time we'd be able to reopen that road. So I just wanted to bring that to council's attention.
Thank you. I drove that recently, and yeah, it's it's not holding up well for that traffic. The traffic was incredible on that road. So thank you for that. So that completes, if anyone has any questions, go ahead, Councillor Rodi Clemente.
Just wanted to move receipt of that verbal update.
Well noted. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, moving on to Community Parks, Recreation and Culture with Councillor Crone in the chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have one item on the agenda for today. It is the Community Parks, Recreation and Culture Facilities Branch presentation and memo, the Health and Active Living Plaza update. Could I have a mover for this, please? Councillor Lahey, thank you. Okay, Mr. Karmazin, do you have anything you'd like to share with us?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to the department chair, staff have prepared a memo and presentation to provide council with an update on the Health and Active Living Plaza project. The project team will provide quarterly updates to council and the public, including a high-level update on the project budget, timelines, construction milestones completed and planned for the upcoming quarter. We're pleased to inform council that and the public that the project is well within the council-approved budget and tracking well within the council-approved budget, and the schedule is being maintained for completion for first quarter of 2025. The site servicing and foundation work is expected to be complete at the end of this month, and structural steel is expected to be delivered and assembled on site within this next quarter. Being the largest project in town history, this is certainly a collaborative and collective effort of staff. Today we have members of the project team presenting a brief update to council on the project. After the presentation, members of the project team, as well as myself, can answer any questions that council may have. I'll now turn it over to Chris Catania, our Manager of Municipal Facilities.
Thank you, General Manager. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. As you may know, my name is Chris Catania, Manager of Municipal Facilities, and I'm pleased to provide an update on the construction progress of the Health and Active Living Plaza. Along with myself, the internal project team for the HELP consists of Aaron Karmazin, General Manager of Community Parks, Recreation and Culture, Angela Ramsey, Chief Executive Officer for the Library, Rhonda Wilson, Manager of Recreation, Community Engagement and Events, Frank Mazzata, Manager of Parks Development and Operations, and Justin Tucker, Project Manager of Parks and Park Development. Next slide, please. During construction, this internal team will articulate their areas and continually provide council-informed updates on the progress of this exciting project. Today, I'll be speaking on behalf of the group. Ben Van Gorp will provide an update on the library in a moment. Next slide, please. The Health and Active Living Plaza is an 85,000 square foot facility with townwide park on a 16-acre site. In fall of 2022, Aquacon Construction was awarded and signed a construction contract to build the help. Inside the facility, program elements include library, gymnasium, indoor track, fitness, indoor play space, multi-purpose rooms, and the town's first aquatic center. Next slide, please. Later this year, CPRC will begin the initial resourcing steps required for the aquatic portion of the facility. This recruitment strategy will carry into 2024, where it is anticipated to hire approximately 70 staff. This involves working with 13 to 15-year-olds in preparing for these positions, offering advanced leadership courses, and working with our municipal partners for shared recruitment and training opportunities. Along with the recruitment strategy for 2024, program development will be refined and include developing memberships, swimming lessons, drop-in schedules, and revenue targets. Next slide, please. I will turn the presentation over to Ben at this point to speak on behalf of the library.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of council. I'm Ben Van Gorp. I'm the manager of IT and digital experience with the East Gwillimbury Public Library. I'm here on behalf of Angela Ramsey, the library CEO. For the past several years, the library has worked with the town to design our new library branch within the Health and Active Living Plaza. More recently, the library has shifted from conceptual designs to operational planning. As we prepare for the opening of the facility, the library will be recruiting for several new positions focusing on growing our customer service teams. Plans include onboarding additional staff for shelving, programming, branch supervision, and front desk services. Our recruitment will follow a multi-year strategy to train and retain talented candidates prior to the help's opening to match our customer service standards. To start, we will hire a customer service team member at the end of 2023. The purpose of this part-time position is to prepare for the operational planning that will commence in 2024. This includes the building of the library's new collection, and which will have approximately 40,000 unique physical items, including books, technology, audiovisual equipment, and a multilingual collection. Additionally, this position will help develop our new in-branch programming, which will make use of the dedicated makerspace and recording studio. Staff will require training on new equipment, which will include a vinyl cutter, a 3D printer, a large format printer, a laser cutter, and soldering stations. Next year, we will develop volunteer and youth engagement opportunities, configure our RFID checkout system for the additional branch, seek out new partnerships, and finalize the interior features, including our children's space and library living room. Over the next 2 years, our budget will incorporate the funding required to open the facility, including a capital plan that will support the library's makerspace, network, IT equipment, self-checkout systems, and the new collection, as well as an operation plan that will guide recruitment and facility operations. With new programs and services on the horizon, we see the opportunity to increase our revenue targets while also maintaining free and low-cost services for residents. Some new services we are considering include renting out our collaborative study spaces and charging for makerspace supplies. As we plan for the future, we look forward to welcoming the community to our thriving and fully functioning new branch.
Thank you, Ben. On the next couple slides, and next slide, please, I will provide an update on the site works for the Health and Active Living Plaza fill import, site servicing, and future of the park construction in Ben Street. In the fall, the general contractor, Aquacon, mobilized equipment and first began stripping existing vegetation from the site. Once the site was stripped, engineered native fill, which is soil that is suitable to build upon, was imported to the site. This created a building pad around the building footprint for proper below-grade foundation work. Next slide, please. Due to the design grade elevations of the building, the 16-acre site required about 40,000 cubic meters of engineered native fill, or about 4,000 truckloads of material. To date, we've imported 20,000 cubic meters of fill, and the remainder will be imported this summer. This fill material came from excess spoils generated from the Woodbine 1 site. A positive takeaway from this is that the fill is clean, geotechnically stable, and native to East Gwillimbury. It also saves from entering any landfill. Furthermore, there's close to a $500,000 cost savings towards the HELP project in receiving this fill that is not in Aquacon's contract. Once a good portion of earthworks is complete, site servicing site servicing infrastructure began. To date, we have about 90% of sanitary services in place, 60% of storm services, and about 60% of the bioswale work that has been completed. Next slide, please. In regard to the future of the park, we wanted to ensure that the park and building were designed cohesively and with integration. There are several passive and active spaces with varying elevations to play off the building design. This includes outdoor play structures, splash pad, skateboard park, sports court, and soccer pitch. Along with the park, the future event street is currently being designed in collaboration with CIES and the local developer's consulting engineer, and is on track to be constructed in 2023. Next slide, please. With the building pad established and geotechnically sound, the process of excavation of foundation and footings began. The contractor would dig certain portions of the building footprint, starting with the east main entrance and library section, forming foundation walls, setting rebar, and pouring concrete. Next slide. Next slide, please. This process is time-consuming, spanning over the past winter months. Once the library section is complete, forming is removed, and the process begins for the next section of the building. This would work all the way around the perimeter of the building near the indoor play space, and so on toward the north elevations of the aquatic area. This process is repeated: excavation, setting of rebar, forming, and pouring. Exposed foundation walls are then damp-proof to resist moisture, insulated, and masonry foundation brick is laid. As we get into optimal construction conditions with warmer and drier weather, foundation work will be expedited further. Planned activities on site within the next quarter include water main servicing, installation of deep underground mechanical lines, and the excavation of pool basins, as well as the delivery of structural steel. As General Karmazin has been mentioning before, the project is tracking within council-approved budget and schedule for 2025 early occupancy. Happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions from committee? No takers? Okay. Seeing none, I will call for the vote for the presentation and memo to be received. All in favor? Okay. Motion is carried. Mr. Karmazin, do you have any other information you'd like to share with committee?
Through you, Madam Chair, nothing further at this time. Thank you.
I think you mean Mr. Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the department chair, Mr. Chair. My apologies.
Yeah, nice save.
Thank you.
Does committee have any questions for Mr. Karmazin? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Crone. And now we're on to I, Development Services, with Councillor Roy DeClemente in the chair. Go ahead, Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Acting Mayor. We have, I believe, 2 items on our agenda this afternoon. The first one is a draft servicing allocation policy. Madame Bégin, would you like to kick this off?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This presentation the bulk of it will be provided by my colleague Carolyn Brown. Essentially, what we are proposing is a starting point for the discussions on how we address our allocation reserve and how we address the disposition of that allocation reserve. The presentation will speak to our current constraints and give you some context into the issue itself, and we'll also talk through a proposed plan, which is we anticipate is sort of the starting point of a discussion. We've endeavored to align it as closely as possible to the strategic plan and the priorities that were identified through that process, and try to reinforce some of those objectives through this policy. So I will turn it over to Carolyn and be available for questions following the presentation.
Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Margot, and thank you all for your time. You can go to the next slide, please. Great. So as part of today's presentation, I'm going to be providing an overview of the current allocation reserve, as well as our known demand for available servicing. Then I'll provide an overview of the policy, which includes a very specific set of evaluation criteria. You do have a handout on your desk in front of you, and it's also on the agenda. And so we can kind of reference that as we go through. We'll also discuss some administrative matters and then some next steps. Next slide, please. So as you're all aware, the town is limited in the available servicing capacity that we have that was allocated to us through the York-Durham sewage solution infrastructure. The YDSS agreement was signed in 2012, and it initially allocated 5,465 units, single detached equivalent units to the town, which was distributed to various landowners based on their active planning applications at the time, as well as their financial contributions to upfronting that required infrastructure. Through conservation measures, some additional allocation was provided, so that total is now 7,000 equivalent units. Through the formal planning process, all of those units, and actually more, have been draft approved and committed to various developers throughout the town. The town has also maintained a small reserve of 134 single detached equivalent units, which remain uncommitted. And then subsequently, there was an interim solution, I'm sure you're all familiar with it, in Newmarket and Aurora, that allocated an additional 928, to be specific, additional units of servicing capacity. Next slide, please. So currently, we know that there's quite a bit of demand for our reserve. Typically, the requests come in from 4 different groups: new applications for development that do not yet have draft approval, applications to complete sort of what we refer to as unfinished components of our Sharon, Holland Landing, Green Lane, and Queensville communities, consent or severance applications, and then individuals that reside in the town that are currently on private servicing that would like to connect to the municipal infrastructure. Next slide, please. It's proposed that the remaining allocation for residential development be allocated as follows: 30% towards the creation of new communities, 60% towards completing unfinished communities, and then setting aside approximately 10% for a reserve or contingency for the town that council could choose to direct towards consent or severance applications. Next slide, please. So I've said it a couple times and I'll say it again, the demand in EG is high for servicing. We heard that earlier today as well in the presentation. In June of 2022, town staff held an information session with our development community and followed up with an email requesting information about the number of units that were currently draft approved under the YDSS agreement that were awaiting servicing, as well as any future plans for residential development. We also asked to collect any information on upcoming non-residential development. So all of that information was collected on forms, and then the forms kind of sat with us for a while. So since then, we've also received a number of sort of informal and formal requests for additional servicing allocations, some of which are fairly significant. So we've included some examples on the slide, but there have been many more conversations since last year. Holland Hope, Holland Green, Menkes Commercial Block, and proposals from the Welland Group are noteworthy and worth mentioning today. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this slide summarizes the results of that kind of information request that we put together. As you can see, there are 2,478 units that have draft approval under the YDSS agreement. 47% of these are located in Holland Landing, 22% in Queensville, and then the remainder in the Green Lane and Sharon communities. There was also requests for about 23,500 additional residential units proposed by the development community for future applications in the town. So when we compare this combined 26,000 units of sort of anticipated development with our current reserve of 1,062 units, we can see just how oversubscribed we are. Next slide, please. On the non-residential side, our capacity is also limited. Through agreements between the region and the town, our flows, daily flows for any new industrial, commercial, or institutional development was capped at 1,240 cubic meters of flow per day for any development that's occurred since June of 2014. Since that date, we have approved some significant non-residential development that's using a combined 90 cubic meters a day of that additional 1,240, specifically the Fieldgate Plaza, Vince's Plaza, 2 schools, and a daycare facility. Next slide, please. Thank you. There's also a number of upcoming non-residential development that will use up an additional share of that available capacity. You'll be familiar with all of these. These include the Rivera Retirement Facility, Woodbine 1, Sharon Public School, the Health and Active Living Plaza, as well as an upcoming application for a commercial component north of Judadone, and the Menkes commercial block at Green Lane and Murrell. Following completion and servicing of these developments, we expect that the non-residential allocation will drop to about 70 cubic meters of flow per day. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we can get into the policy that we're proposing today. This is meant to present to you the initial framework and our initial thoughts and what we feel are sort of council priority, reflecting the priorities identified in the strategic plan, as well as upholding good planning principles. The town does have a servicing allocation policy. It was approved in 2017, but this exercise really has been to sort of transform that policy into a tool that staff can use when we're evaluating planning applications, something that's transparent, that's fair, that's clear to applicants, and it makes a clear demonstration of what our priorities are and how we can promote the town of East Gwillimbury to develop in a way that forms a complete, viable, financially sustainable, beautiful, high-quality, healthy, and resilient community. Next slide, please. Okay, so the idea here is that new applicants will be reviewed, new applications will be reviewed by planning staff at the pre-submission phase. So we'll evaluate each application based on the very specific set of criteria that you have in front of you today, and then resulting recommendations will be brought forward to council for final approval or refusal of servicing capacity allocation. Council will act as the final decision maker in assigning capacity to any one development. Hopefully that advances our planning objectives. We'd like to clarify that development applications that meet all of the requirements as outlined in our official plan and zoning bylaw will not be refused based on the information in this policy. This will simply be used for allocating servicing capacity at this time. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this policy stipulates that successful applications will have to proceed in a timely manner. This is intended to avoid assigning allocation to developers and then having them sit on the plans. As you can see here, specific timelines have been included in the policy, and they're based on sort of the typical amount of time required for the planning approvals process. Essentially, we're looking for development that is ready to proceed in short order and as shovel-ready as possible. Next slide, please. Okay, so the proposed criteria is a list of many very specific items against which development applications will be evaluated. You can refer now, if you like, to the handout provided for the specific list of criteria proposed. In summary here, they're organized into 7 categories, and we'll touch on each in the next few slides. Each item is assigned a number of points based on significance or priority. An application must receive at least 50% of available points to be considered, and we're proposing that applications that receive 75% of available points would be considered to be ideal or desirable. Next slide, please. Okay, so as I mentioned, on the next few slides, we have sort of a snapshot of the criteria. Each criteria is assigned a way to measure compliance, so that would be the measure column. The maximum amount of points that we're proposing be allotted to residential and non-residential development, as well as an indication of required items. So no application will be able to proceed unless they meet all of the required criteria, which are identified with an R. It's not our intention to go through and review at a detailed level every single line item as part of this meeting, but rather to ensure that you have a good understanding of what we've identified as the priority, and then we hope to have some more conversation going back and forth, both with council and with the development industry, to ensure that this truly does capture the priorities of council. So this first slide includes efficient land use, which rewards development that's located within the town's built boundary, aligns with our strategic growth areas, conforms to policies within all relevant planning documents, achieves the required housing mix and density targets, can make use of existing municipal servicing, and contains a mix of land uses. Next slide, please. The next category is conservation and sustainable development. This acknowledges development that achieves requirements outlined in the town's Thinking Green development standards, complies with all related master plans, incorporates innovative sustainability and conservation measures, and preserves or enhances natural heritage features. Everything's a tongue twister. Okay, next slide, please. Infrastructure and public facilities aims to maximize the community benefits that are realized from development that completes or upgrades public infrastructure, specifically the transportation or servicing network, and provides public facilities beyond what's legislatively required. So we're looking at things like land dedication for parks, park improvement, streetscape improvement. Again, that's beyond what's required as part of the legislation. Next slide, please. Development achieves points for economic development if it advances servicing to employment lands, adds new high-quality jobs to the local economy, supports objectives of the economic development strategy, and enhances any of East Gwillimbury's main streets or benefits local commercial activity. Next slide, please. Housing affordability is an important provincial priority, so development will be recognized if it contributes to affordable housing targets, proposes innovative solutions to diversify housing options, or includes rental, seniors, or special needs housing. Next slide. Community impacts and benefits goes beyond the infrastructure component that we talked about before. It prioritizes development that benefits the existing community, completes an unfinished neighborhood, promotes arts, culture, and recreation, and has high-quality urban design and architectural control. Next slide. And last but not least, I touched on this already, priority will be given to applications that are ready to proceed within short order. And planning staff will also consider the timing when the applications were submitted, acknowledging that some applicants have been waiting some time since they applied for a decision to be made. Next slide, please. All right, so from an administrative perspective, it's proposed that the evaluation of applications occur at the pre-submission stage, so that's prior to our formal pre-consultation meeting. And the idea there is that we do this evaluation before applicants have invested any significant amount of resources in completing any planning studies or in preparing their application. So, that's okay.
It's a bit random.
Yeah, it was a little surprise. Yeah. Anyway, okay, so in order to be awarded servicing allocation, applicants have to understand what's expected of them, which is why we're hoping that this policy become a very public and easily accessible document so that, you know, applicants understand how they can demonstrate how their proposal meets the requirements. In the event of a disagreement between applicants and town staff on the evaluation of their application, we're proposing to provide 60 days, provide the applicants with 60 days to submit a formal request for a secondary review prior to coming to council. As previously mentioned, the ultimate decision of servicing allocation rests with council, hopefully supported by staff recommendations as a result of this evaluation. And then finally, we are proposing to report annually to council on the status of the town's reserve and any allocation that was distributed. Next slide. Keep bumping this. Okay, so there's a few items that remain outstanding with our servicing allocation policy. Of the town's reserve, we should consider any new or expanded municipal facilities so that we don't overcommit to external applicants. We also have to be sensitive to the powers of the Ontario Land Tribunal. As I mentioned before, we cannot use this policy to refuse any development application that meets all of the policies and standards in our official plan or zoning bylaw. As long as it can be approved on planning merits, we are obligated to approve it. However, we reserve the right to distribute our servicing capacity, and it can be done according to this council-approved policy. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're happy to circulate a full version of the policy as it stands today or as amended at the discretion of committee. We have discussed this policy at a high level with our local stakeholders, but we are proposing a more formal communication be sent out so that we can receive feedback from the development industry as well. We would like to emphasize that we continue to work openly with the development industry and our local partners to ensure that the final version of this policy that comes forward for council consideration has the support of the entire team. So that concludes the presentation portion, but I would welcome your feedback and questions.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I've neglected to put this motion on the table to get it actually to be received. So can I have a motion at this time to put it on the table? Councillor Foster. Okay, questions from members of committee. Councillor Crone?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. And I wanted to thank staff to responding to a concern I had earlier this year. I was very worried about where we might be headed given changes with the Build More Homes Faster Act and how it could impact our development charges. So with respect to that, have we heard back yet what their definition of affordable is yet?
Mr. Marshall.
So through the chair, no, we have not heard anything. Our area treasurers group meets monthly, and one of the regional representatives meets monthly as well. And there was a meeting that was held with representatives from the province, and they said that there's no information to share at this time.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, thank you for that. I was going to ask how this might help insulate us against that, but if we don't know what the target is, it's hard to aim for it. So I'll table that question for now. I really do like the creativity around this. I think it's nice. I attended an environmental meeting a couple of weeks ago, and I had floated that this might be a component of the criteria when approving new developments, and they loved the idea. So I think the environmental community will embrace this approach. I think it might be worthwhile just to test this out, to see what our last 5 applications that we approved, what they would have scored, just out of curiosity, to see if it lines up with what we intuitively think the value of those various developments were or are. So my last question, it might be directed at Mr. Molinari, but I'll throw it out there anyways. I noticed that there was no numbers given for allocation for Mount Albert, and I realize Mount Albert has a separate wastewater treatment facility. So given that, I know it is undergoing some study for a retrofit to help get us squeeze a little more allocation out of that. Do you know where we are in the process on that? Because we're pretty much at a standstill for anything in Mount Albert at this point.
Mr. Molinari?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I know that there were significant discussions with the development community, and they had worked out their plan in order to make that project go forward. I don't know the exact timing of when that is actually going to be operational. I believe they're in the design for it right now, but I'll look into that and I'll get back to you on that. Okay.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Crone. So I think it's an important thing to note that this allocation policy applies to areas west of the 404, I guess, is how we might approach that, or however we wanted to deal with that. I have Councillor Johns and then Councillor Carruthers. Go ahead, Councillor Johns.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks for this great presentation. I love the transparency and I love the scoring, and I think that it serves all of us well, including the stakeholders that are involved in this, to see that level of transparency. When I was first, I'll say, onboarded onto council, and we're talking about our vision and purpose and how we interact, residents were at the top, and they were, well, on the top on the diagram, but really the foundation of how we're operating. And I note in slide 4 of your presentation the kind of 4 drivers of the allocation policy, and then when we flip over onto the next slide of how the allocation would be suggested to be split up, the one driver didn't get any allocation, and that would be our existing residents. And I think that, in a community that is at different stages in our growth, I think if we turn the pages back a bit, there are some residents that are directly on the line, I'll say on the water line, I should say, or on the line, with the ability that could connect and also have aging systems themselves, that they are staring down the barrel of either having to replace or deciding what they're going to do next. And I think that if we truly are residents first, and we're living what we're preaching, I would love to see that slide back on slide number 5 there. Thank you very much for pulling that up. I'm not interested in discussing the new applications or the completing the existing communities, but when I look at what the items might be going through on the Committee of Adjustment side to create variances on new lots and whatnot, I think maybe there's an opportunity for us to address, even at a very small scale, perhaps taking, I'll pick out a random number of 16 units and move 16 units from the consent applications and move them over to the individuals. And I think that recognizing the fact that they need to be treated as everybody else, and they would still need to pay for the hookup. We have existing residents here that are obviously hooked up, but they paid for that as part of when they bought their house. But I think that if you were completing that system and we were looking at our values, I think that even putting in a nominal number to address with some community pressures that exist out there, that might be helpful. I don't know where others' thoughts are on that.
Staff, any comment? Ms. Bégin?
Thank you, through Madam Chair. Certainly, and just in full transparency, the numbers that were presented were intended as a starting point for discussion. It was our interpretation of the strategic conversations that have taken place to date, and that's where the weighting came from. But we fully understood and expected that there would be more discussion about is that the right weighting, and certainly the policy could absolutely consider all four areas of capacity needs. So that's, this was really, again, like, there was nothing scientific. It was really more based on the anecdotal evidence of the conversations that we've had to date.
Further to that, I might suggest that it's not so much that residents who want to switch, but who may need to switch. And that, I think that's where it comes down to is if there's a pipe nearby and their septic bed or their private servicing is no longer feasible, does it become a question of, all right, instead of installing a new septic system, should we allow for them to come online, knowing that in the fullness of time, that's the expectation, is that everyone, maybe it's 50 years from now, but that at some point we would all be on municipal servicing. So providing some mechanism, I guess, is the best way of putting it, to allow for individuals to come online. And perhaps that's also part of, whether it's an individual or whether it's a business. Because I know that there are areas of our community that are looking to connect to the pipes so that they can unlock septic beds in order to be able to serve the business community through parking requirements and so on. So that may be a mechanism there. So it's individuals and property owners, or individual property owners or businesses. I'm not sure how that looks, but I think if we've got demand for those 4 areas, we need to be able to account for all of those 4 areas with at least something for them. Councillor Carruthers, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I agree completely. We need to put residents first and make sure that the people who are here already can connect. To Councillor Roy Clemente's point about businesses, I think that applies equally to them. I also like Councillor Crone's idea about running this model through the last few that we've approved, but I'd also like to run through a couple of things that we haven't approved or ones that we feel are problematic and just see where they score and make sure all the things that we know are not right are captured in this, because this is very positive and I love that about it, but I think there's some things that developers may bring to us that we see as a negative, that they might not lose enough points on this for how much it weighs on us, right? So let's just make sure that it works for the good projects as well as the not so great projects. And my last, I have one question and one statement. My question is, can you give me the average number of residents per single detached equivalent? I'm just looking at its units and I was trying to equate that to population. Do we have a ballpark number that we use?
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe it's approximately 3.
3? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And then my last comment was around housing affordability, and I've mentioned this a number of times in these chambers about transit helping to, and walkability helping to lead to housing affordability. So if you don't need 1 car for every adult, it certainly brings down the cost of your house if you need 1 car versus 3 cars. So I'm wondering if there's a way to add into the housing affordability about nearness to transit or walkability, that sort of thing. If it's less car-dependent type of community, then I think it should get points under affordability. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Carruthers. Anyone else wish to comment? I really liked Councillor Crone's suggestion of running some case studies, and when you report back to us, from my perspective, it's about making sure that we're requiring that they exceed our expectations rather than simply meeting them. And the pressure points that we hear when we come and when we have a public meeting, we hear, well, there's no visitor parking, there's no amenity spaces, I can't put 2 cars in my driveway. Those are the sorts of things that we struggle with, and if we can weight it so that we're attracting applications that are going to address those concerns even before they come to pre-consultation, then we're doing our job as community builders. I love that this is early in the process and fair, so that people are not unnecessarily investing without understanding where they stand. Just to clarify your point being with the 60-day appeal period. So if the applicant or the proponent disagrees with staff's assessment, you're giving a 60-day appeal. The reality also is that, maybe you can clarify, they always have the ability to put forward an application, pay their fees, and come to council with their application and go through that process and let council be the final decision maker, and rather than going to another appeal body. How do you foresee that looking with the 60-day appeal with an independent review?
Sure. So through you, Madam Chair, Margot, feel free to clarify if you'd like to. I think it was our intention to do this preliminary evaluation and then determine what our recommendation would be as staff, to then put together a recommendation report to council for your further consideration. Applicants would not have to necessarily pass our evaluation in order to go through the formal process, but the idea is that they have the ability to find out at a very early stage whether or not they have staff support. But you're absolutely correct. They can go through the proper channels or the regular channels, I guess I should say. But they would do that knowing that staff are not supporting allocating them servicing capacity.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to note as well that it's important context. This is specifically dealing with our allocation reserve. We anticipate that it may have applicability to as new allocation is introduced incrementally before we have the full solution. But there's also a group of developers who have made prior investments into the community, and through our very early high-level discussions, where we see this having applicability is potentially through their secondary plan. So they can adopt some of the principles and the objectives that are captured in this policy into their secondary planning process, so that it can have it can inform those processes as well, because it is a slightly different scenario for those developers who've already made those investments.
Thank you. And then as far as, that asterisk of recognizing the role of the Ontario Land Tribunal, this process doesn't preclude the tribunal from making a ruling. However, it would be an approval with an H for holding pending servicing allocation. So if it doesn't meet our policy and we aren't in a position to issue allocation, they could get approval, but would not be able to build until we granted allocation through the use of our transparent, clear, and fair policy. Okay. Great. So next steps are you're going to do some consultation with the development community and do some case studies and then report back to us. Is that what we're proposing? Go ahead.
If it's council's wish, I would suggest that maybe we use a similar process to what we do with the strategic plan and have some more in-depth meetings with the ward councillors to gather some detailed feedback, and of course doing this other work concurrently, so that when we come back we've got more feedback when you've had time to sort of look at the proposed policy in detail. We'll have the input of the development community, and we'll have some case studies to work through as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we've had a motion from Councillor Foster to receive. I'm going to call a vote. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Next item on our agenda is Planning Report DS 23-11, Zoning Bylaw Amendment and Site Plan Application. Thank you so much, Ms. Brown. Site plan application from TAES Architects, 22356 Leslie Street. We have a motion that we receive the report, that we approve and enact the zoning bylaw amendment, that we approve the site plan application to facilitate the development of 4 modular homes to house seasonal farm employees, and that council authorize mayor and clerk to execute the required site plan agreement. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Crone. Ms. Bégin, do you want to present this?
Certainly through you, Madam Chair. Our manager of planning is here and can certainly speak to the report if there are any questions. I think council is familiar with this property and this recommendation.
Any questions for members of committee? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that motion is carried. Ms. Bégin, is this time sensitive, given that the spring is here, and or are these it's not time, so this can wait until ratification at council? Okay, thank you very much. That's the end of our prepared agenda today. Members of council and committee, do you have anything for Ms. Bégin? Ms. Bégin, do you have anything to add?
Nothing further at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'll turn the chair back to you, Madam Acting Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Roy DiClemente. Next, we have item J, which is Finance, with Councillor Johns in the chair. Go ahead, Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Madam Acting Mayor. We've got two housekeeping items within the Finance Department today. The first one is dealing with salary and expenses for the year prior. So I'm looking for a mover to get this ball rolling. So our mover, Councillor Roy DiClemente. Awesome. Thank you so much. And what we'll do is we'll turn it over to Mr. Marshall to speak to this first item.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. Through the chair, this first report is something we provide every year as required under the Municipal Act. It details the expenditures incurred by councillors and members of council and the remuneration paid to members of council and committee for the year. I'm happy to report that they're all under budget for this year and happy to answer any questions regarding it.
Thanks, Mr. Marshall. Is there any questions or comments from council? So I'm not seeing any, and I debated bringing this up, and Councillor Crone made a comment, well, maybe I'll regret this later. Maybe I'll regret this later, but I think as I'm getting older, I'm getting a little bit more of a thicker skin, so we'll see where this goes. But I just wanted to bring light as we are advancing the town's business. I think about the acclamations that were there had in the last election, and I think about where we are as on a political landscape, and I think that we're at a bit of a generational tipping point of being able to attract and retain competent directors of all levels of government. I think we are very blessed and fortunate to have the council that we have here in the town of East Gwillimbury, and this is very much a public service role. And I think when you look at the salary line of $45,000, and then when you look at this is very much a full-time job. Anybody that says this is a part-time job, if you're committed to it, there's over 200 meetings I've documented. I don't think people realize chairing departments and committee work. But I think that, from an inclusivity standpoint, I think that there's an opportunity. And again, I don't want to just say that this is a municipal thing. When you look at our, and it's not a party thing either. When you look at provincial government, like our MPP, Caroline Mulrooney, her base salary is $116,000. And I think that we are fortunate, regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, she's competent and she cares and she wants to do well for the community. But I think that $116,000 is questionable. You look at us, we're a municipality of $2.3 billion in assets. And then you look at the compensation level, and if you were single and you had kids, you wouldn't get approved for a mortgage within East Gwillimbury. And I just think that I think there's everything from looking at efficiency of meetings, hopefully through a procedural bylaw, the opportunity to move consent agendas. But I do think that we're at a generational tipping point as the baby boomers begin to retire. And people look at affordability and then the decisions they're making. I think that serving in your local government, you're making sacrifices. And I think that anything that we can do to reduce RUB would be great when you're looking 10, 15, 20 years out. And I think that, again, I think we're very fortunate to have a great council that we have. But I just think about what it looks like a generation from now. And I'm hoping that we have competent leaders and champions in our community that will be able to lead and work with an incredible staff that we have. So I just wanted to say that. Okay, so we've got a mover on it. So the motion is that be it resolved that the Finance Department report 2023-4 dated April 4th, entitled Statement of Remuneration and Expenses for the year ending December 31st, 2022, be received. All those in favor?
We just have a comment, first of all, from Councillor Lahey.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Tough. It's tough from the virtual. My apologies, Councillor Lahey. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair Johns. I appreciate the comments that the Chair has made with regard to remuneration. Remuneration. Yes, compensation. And this very topic came up. It's a very timely one. Having attended the council training for new councillors through AMO, it was interesting to hear this topic discussed by a variety of municipalities and how they handle salaries for councillors and mayor. And the point was made, which I think it's timely to share, that the position is one in which we have the opportunity to attract a variety of members of the public, and in terms of inclusion and diversity, and that if it is seen as a role that has a comparable remuneration as to other careers, it could potentially attract a greater variety of professionals to the job of town councillor, and not just be the role of someone who is financially independent or retired or wealthy, and that it keeps the democratic process open to the widest body of potential participants. So I support Councillor John's observations on this area.
Thanks, Councillor Lahey. And my apologies again, virtually I didn't see the hand, so if there is anybody else that would like to speak. Seeing none, I did already read the motion, and so no sense reading again, so looking for an all in favor. Report received. Wonderful, thank you very much.
Excuse me, Councillor Johns.
Next item is,
If I could just make a quick announcement. We were scheduled to start council at the next meeting at 2, but we do still have our special meeting. So I just want to make an announcement to those who are listening that we're running behind schedule, and council will start a special council meeting when this one is wrapped up, and then go into council after that. Thank you.
great, thanks. And so we're almost wrapping up here. So the next item is a finance memo, and it deals with tendering awards over $100,000. And I'll need a mover to table this, and then we'll get to Mr. Marshall. Councillor Di Clemente, and then over to Mr. Marshall.
Thank you. Through the chair, this memo is another piece of correspondence that's provided on an annual basis. Through the procurement bylaw, council has delegated authority to award tenders up to $1 million to staff, provided that the tender is awarded to the lowest qualified bid and it's under the approved budget. So for 2022, there were 12 tenders that were awarded that met that criteria for a total of $3.9 million. Those tenders were coordinated by our Manager of Procurement, Mike Guerrier, and I think he's here virtually to answer any questions you might have regarding the procurement process, and I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thanks, Mr. Marshall. So if I am looking around my screen, does anybody have any questions, comments for staff? I believe I'm seeing none.
Oh, no. Councillor Lahey does have a question.
Wonderful, thank you. Sorry, my screen split. Councillor Lahey.
Thank you, through the chair. My question is just with regard to is there a typo in the agenda here and the resolution? It says 100,000, but Mr. Marshall said 1 million. Is that, which is correct?
Sorry, so through the chair, the reporting requirement is for anything that staff has awarded over $100,000. We have to report back to council, but staff is limited to $1 million of what they're allowed to award.
I see. Thank you for the clarification.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll read the resolution that be it resolved that finance memorandum dated April 4th, 2023, entitled Tender Awards over $100,000, January 1st to December 31st, 2022, be received. So Councillor Roy Di Clemente moved it. All those in favor? Wonderful. Motion carries. Mr. Marshall, did you have anything further that you would like to communicate to us?
Nothing at this time.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Madam Acting Mayor, over to you.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. We now move on to item K, which is corporate services. We have a corporate services memo entitled Earth Day and Community Cleanup, and I'm going to turn that over to Acting CAO Valchik to take us through that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to, just with your permission, ask Ms. Ross, our Environmental Initiatives Coordinator, just to make a few comments. She's done a lot of work in preparing for Earth Day, so she's joining us virtually today. So with your permission, I'll turn it over to Ms. Ross.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me today. I will be very quick. This memo is for letting you know that we are, I don't want to be unfair and say relaunching. We are kind of taking back the in-person cleanup after the community meetings that we had during March. In every community meeting, every person mentioned the need to have an in-person community cleanup program again. So we have to recognize that the program never stopped. It changed during COVID, but now we are offering to community members to come back in an in-person program. So we are going to put the tent on the sports center. We are going to start with that this year at during Earth Day, April 22nd, from 10 to 2 p.m. So please, if every of you can advertise this event, that would be very appreciated. We are going to locate curb signs as well to let community know that we are doing this event, plus keeping the virtual registration that we've done during COVID. So people can register online and ask for kits and do the event whenever they want to do it, and then they communicate with us so the operations team can go and pick up. Also, as part of the Earth, it's kind of an Earth Week, we are having a staff event on Friday, the 21st, that is also related with textile recycling, battery recycling, and cleanup, as well as including, working with the school, with Phoebe Gilman School, with year 2 students in recycling activities and planting native vegetation. So that is all I wanted you to know, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ross. Is there any questions from Council? Councillor Roy DeClemente, thank you.
No question, just a comment or an advisement. The Queensville Sharon Community Group actually, independently of all of this effort, had also planned to do a community cleanup on the 22nd. So I'm hoping we can link them in with this initiative as well. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Seeing no other comments, thank you so much for your efforts behind this. It's very much appreciated, and thank you for this report. Can I have someone move receipt? Councillor Roy DeClemente, all those in favor? And that's carried. Moving on to administration, there's no items at this time. Mr. Valchik, did you have anything under corporate services or administration?
Nothing further to add. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any questions from committee members to Mr. Valchik? Seeing none, moving on to emergency and community safety services with Councillor Foster in the chair.
Thank you, and we have nothing prepared on today's agenda. And in the absence of the chief for the day, I'll refer to you. Chief Mackenzie, is there anything further?
Thank you, Chair Foster. Hopefully I'll be able to fill the void. Nothing on the agenda, but I would like to bring to the attention of Council. ECSS staff promotes and educates the use of working smoke alarms and COs all year round. April 1st is our kickoff for our program where we take it to the street. So for the next few months, you'll see full-time and the paid-on-call staff in your wards going door to door with, they'll be in the fire trucks and in uniform, and they'll be promoting the use of smoke and CO alarms. Thank you.
Do we need to have receipt of that verbal update?
Yes, let's do that.
Can I have a mover to receive? Councillor Crone, all in favor? And that one's carried. Anything from committee for Chief Mackenzie? Seeing nothing, I will return it back to you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Foster. We're now on N, going at a great clip right now. Legal and Property Services, there is no reports at this time. Does Ms. Ingram have anything to share with us?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nothing further at this time.
Okay, anything from committee? Seeing none, we'll move on to other business. I see none at this time. Okay, so we are at adjournment. Be it resolved that the meeting of Committee of the Whole Council adjourn at 2:18 p.m. Can I have a mover? Councillor Crone. All those in favor? Thank you very much. We're now going to transition to a special council meeting. For the special council meeting, members of council will have to join the special council meeting invite in their calendars, and selected staff will be asked to remain in chambers for the closed portion. So we'll see you all over on the other team's meeting. Thank you.